Welcome everybody to Talk That Talk, where we have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about music, band, HBCU band culture, and more. Please make sure that when you're coming into the room that you subscribe to the network. All right. Please make sure you subscribe to the network. Also, please make sure that you get those likes up. Let me go ahead and introduce the panel. We got Rick. Yes. We got Mario.
What up, everybody?
What up, though?
What up, though?
And we got Maya.
Hey, y'all.
Captain Miss Scuttleberry. And today, Ice Maya. She got the Ice Cube from Boys in the Hood hat on. Ice Maya.
Man. All right. Let's go ahead and get this thing kicked off, man. First off, man, how's everybody doing?
Well, you know, I'm oozing, boozing, and cruising. And if you're not doing it, you're losing.
Smith.
Maya's literally boozing.
It depends on what she got in the cup. I don't know.
How do you figure that? This is a coffee mug. Hello.
You can put liquor in it.
Does everybody think I'm an alcoholic or something? Oh my god!
Because I had one, maybe two drinks. Because I had one, maybe two drinks.
But no, I'm excited though, Julian, man. I'm happy to see you and Maya this weekend, man. Couple of days, my heart will be full. I get to see my folks.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well,
my best friend, dog. Get to see him, dog.
I need to rephrase that. My bad. Oh, nice. There we go.
Terrible.
There we go. Hey man, we live and we on YouTube and all that kind of stuff, so we got to make sure that we're saying the right terminology. But anyway, real quick. Well, no, let's do it this way. Did anybody watch any bands this past weekend?
Yes, it seems like Brownie got his wish. No rap daddies in the fifth quarter.
That is not true, but go ahead.
That's not really true.
Wait, for who?
Let me. I'm gonna let you talk, Mike, because I already know I'm about to catch some people gonna try to give me the smoke, and I'm just gonna shoot that mess down. But go ahead.
Well, the only game I really paid attention to, I watched PV and Southern. I mean, of course. Did they not play any rap daddies in the fifth? Did I miss them?
They played plenty of them.
In the fifth?
Yes.
Oh.
Last song both of them played was a rap song, but
I digress. Never mind. I was paying more attention to the Foxes and the Dolls anyways.
All right. So what's your synopsis on that? I know we gotta hear this one.
You don't. I don't know. I'm sorry. The Dolls still just not giving me. I don't know. It just does not. This season is not necessarily fitting to the brand, or from my understanding of the brand, if I'm just being totally honest. But of course, transitions, I don't know. Some people are getting what they need. I'm just not necessarily getting what I would assume or would want or have been given in the past years, past decade or so. So it's different. In terms of the Foxes, I mean, that's the whole team or what have you, but still, I don't know. It's just some things. It's some things I'm still getting used to. I'll just say that. Like the newness and just some of the things that I can see that are vastly different is still taking some getting used to. Everybody else, I didn't look at the Jackson clips this week. That's on my to-do list. But yeah, that's really the main people I looked at.
Jackson played this week?
Or didn't they play last? So I'm only basing it off of clips of outfits that I haven't seen. So the sets wore a particular uniform that I haven't seen them wear this particular season. So yes, I just don't know if it was from this past Saturday or from a week behind. I don't know.
All right, cool. Mario, what about you? Did you see anything this weekend? All right,
man.
What you got? What you got?
All right, so I watched only thing I really watched, I watched the PV Southern thing like twice. So I didn't see halftime. I don't know why I can never find halftime clips. I just only find the fifth and the zero quarter. I liked PV's energy at the beginning of the beginning of the zero quarter, and it went downhill after that to me. It was a straight up smashing. Southern crushed the shit out of PV, and I was like sad about it because I was like expecting a lot more from PV, and I was like, Only thing I saw that I really liked actually was the Foxes. I thought the Foxes were great, and I thought drumline sounded great. But it felt like, it felt like a lot of people didn't know the music. Not because PV's arrangements weren't great. PV got some dope arrangements. That the sound that they had at the beginning of that zero quarter, they sound great. They after the warm up, like they played, and I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be a nice one," and it felt like close. And then I was like, as they were playing and the stuff they were playing in the fifth quarter, I was like, "Do they know the music?" It was like a lot of gaps in the sound. Like you start hearing random trumpet players and stuff, the sound just dropping off. I'm like, bones don't sound matched and even. I'm like, what is going on? And
but
what happened?
Walter said the same thing last week.
Yeah, like when you play Southern, the thing about that is that no, Southern is not the greatest sounding group, but they're like consistently at like what they do. Whatever they do, that's like the same type of thing you get every time. It's like, you know, you go to McDonald's, you just kind of expect fries to taste a certain way. If they fresh out heat, they gonna taste the same. And that's like, to me, that's
You comparing Southern to McDonald's?
Man, because think about the most popular fry in America. That's how I look at it. That's Southern to me.
Chick-fil-A.
Like they're it's not always my favorite, but it's the go-to. If you're looking for like a certain type of consistency, it's the go-to. And I feel like with Southern, first of all, they baritones, dude. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Baritones is wailing on that band. They need more mellophones. It's a struggle. Like the mellophones is not handling. It's just they need more mellophones or something because they just got too many baritones. There's like 27 of them or something like that. 28. I don't know, but it's just too many of them. I heard them and I was like, it wasn't like any different than the Texas Southern thing, but it just was like, I felt like PV at the beginning of the season was strong, man. And then it just felt like they do a Norfolk thing to me. Like they start strong and then it just kind of like a little bit less every week. And I'm like, I hate to see that. Because I feel like if they could put the power behind those arrangements and play the right notes to them shits most of the time, that would be out of sight. It wouldn't be nobody effing with them for real. If they would play the songs, just play the music. Like the music that they had, I was listening. I was like, this is some really nice music. Some nice stuff that was being written. So I don't know, man. I was hoping that would be a slugfest. I was really looking forward to like a great battle between the two, but I don't know. So Southern was going crazy on them, man. And it was like the sound difference was so drastic. It's not like you can say, and I'll keep it short here on this last point. I'll say, you know how people look at bands and you say, oh, it's not about volume. Yeah, it's not about volume, but when you're trying to be loud, you're making it about volume. If you're going to try to do that, what they're doing, then don't say it's not about volume if you're not louder than them. Because if you're louder than a band, you'll say it's about volume when it's convenient for you. But then when it doesn't suit your what the matchup is, then it's like, oh, it's not about volume right now. Like, you gotta pick a battle, man. You gotta pick a battle and stick to it and find your personality and stick to it. Southern has done that, and that's why they continue to get W's over a lot of people because they stick to what they are, and you know who they are.
All right.
That was my synopsis. It was a little long, but sorry I had to let you
good.
on that.
You good. You know, we got to get these up at the beginning, but all right, man. The man, the myth, the legend. I got to say it that way because right now, man, he's like trending right now in the Uncut group, man, on the Facebook Uncut group. His last position got a lot of people talking. So here we go, Rick. What's your thoughts on this past weekend?
So when you come to watch Talk That Talk, y'all, you come here to watch unscripted, unfiltered, unbiased opinion of band and music education. This is not about stroking people's ego and worshiping the God that so many people in the band community choose to worship on every single week. Oh, here we go. Got to get my fix. Here we go. So I watched two battles this weekend. I'll start with the first, which was Kentucky State against Miles. Kentucky State completely put foots in Miles.
Got that one too. Agreed.
Yeah, completely. Like Kentucky State, bro. Look. Kentucky State, what they do is a lot like what you were just explaining, Mario, with Southern. Kentucky State has a lane And the thing I like is that not only do they stay in that lane, they ride at a level that is achievable for the band that they have. And I think that's what's missing for so many groups. So kudos to Kentucky State, the alumni. Like, you guys got something to be proud of. Give Kentucky State 100 more people. Hey man, it's gonna be a problem happening out there in Kentucky, man. So that's the first thing. So Kentucky State, kudos to you. You got the W, man. It's kind of sad, man, to see what's happening with Miles, because Miles been taking a lot of L's this year, bro. And I like Willie, good friend of mine, man. But I think it's the COVID year. I don't know, but they got some work to do and some recruitment to do, because I thought they were going in a direction, and this year has clearly probably just been a slight off year for them. So hopefully things work out for them, man. Get back into using the tuner. But that's the first thing.
Smiths.
I thought it was unfiltered. I thought so.
I didn't say shut up. I just said
okay.
Smiths.
Oh, okay. And then let's go to the elephant in the room. Mario, I got to disagree with you. It was not a complete slaughter. It was not. The zero quarter was close. The zero quarter, both bands did what they did well. I'm going to stand by what I said last show. Mario, you even said, and you weren't even here last show, when it comes to sound as in timbre and the actual production of sound from a band, PV, when they know the damn music, is A1. They have a concept of sound that they want for their band, and they for the most part stick to that. One of my biggest complaints was, even when I was associated with their band, was changing the approach when you see Southern as opposed to when you see everybody else. When they see Texas Southern across the field, it's a attitude and a mindset that's different, because in their minds, they can bully them. We're the better band. Whereas when they get into the stands with like PV versus Southern, it's like, okay, y'all, we gotta step up. And I think that's because a lot of those students had that same mindset when they were in high school. Oh, that's the best band. That's the A1 band. Even though I go here. So I think it's a thing where they're gonna have, the students continue to refine their approach when they play these bigger bands. Zero quarter, I thought it was close. So I'll say draw. All right. But I thought it was ridiculous. And all the Southern fans on here, please tell me how you felt about the fact that every time PV played a note, the doggone sound system just so happened to come on. But I'll just leave that on. The field show, PV wiped the floor with Southern. And y'all can say whatever you want. PV was clearly the best band on the field. I don't know if they were the most entertaining band on the field, but they were the best sounding band and best, and clarity of what they were doing. The drill was kind of weird though. But they had, I think they had a lot of holes for like COVID or whatever. Fifth quarter, Mario, I'll lean more towards what you were saying, bro. But I can't, like I said, my opinion is not based just on the fifth quarter. If you want to go straight fifth quarter, cool. I thought it was marching band. The whole game counts. So from the fifth quarter standpoint, I thought PV was hit or miss. Mario, I agree with you 100%. Them kids didn't know that music. That's someone to love you. That was rough. That was rough. Oh man, it was rough.
Southern's Woman's Work was rough too, though.
How about that? That was the next thing coming. That was
they didn't know that music at all either. They were struggling.
That was the next thing coming out my mouth, Mario. Let's look at the other side too. That Woman's Worth was terrible. But I know everybody, this is the greatest thing I ever heard in my life. Oh no. That shit was horrible. The intonation was just absolutely atrocious. But we ain't gonna say that though. Let's just bash PV. I don't have no dog in this fight. I didn't go to PV. I didn't go to Southern. I didn't march it. I don't have a dog in this fight. Unbiased opinion. Draw in the zero. PV won the halftime. Southern won the fifth quarter. To me, that's a draw. If you take the whole context of the game, I say draw. Southern had just as many out of tune moments and all that. Yeah, Southern's loud. Everybody know that. That ain't never changed. All right. But from a clarity of sound standpoint and all that, in my opinion, it was a draw.
All right. Okay. Yeah, you real passionate on that. I see you with them Cheetos. There you go. What up? So yeah, definitely. You gave your opinion. One of the things that I was just thinking about, and I kind of brought it up right at the beginning before we got started. What's up, Quan? I ain't mean to hit you with the Smiths, Daddy, but what's up, brother? But one of the things that I was thinking about was just the fact that when it came to that uncut group, yeah, man, a lot of people had a lot of things to say about what you said. And
What'd he say?
Huh?
What'd he say?
Well, you gotta go because I'll be posting the clips throughout the week.
Yeah, I was watching the other clips. I didn't see what he said.
Yeah, he was basically saying that Prairie View has the best sounding band in the SWAC.
Okay.
Yeah, and so he got a lot of flack for that. One of the things that I want to continue to say is just the fact that it's really interesting to me that a lot of people don't try to watch for context, right? A lot of people will look at the fact that it's something posted and won't even go and watch for context, but they just want to make sure that they have a voice that's heard, or they just want to use their fingers and say, okay, well, I just disagree with you. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I can really care less if you agree or disagree. This is one of the things that I actually put inside of the group, which is, if you have a disagreement with the person who said whatever it is that they say, then I'm of the mind of you come and you talk to the person who said it. If you're not gonna do that, then what is the point of you talking, right?
But the thing about it, but like we had that brother on from Southern, right?
Right.
And he came in, and the first thing was like, what you've been smoking? Have you lost your mind? But then I went and broke it down. From a timbre standpoint, everybody in the SWAC says PV sounds good. From a point of clarity of sound and articulation,
those who know what timbre is.
From a point of balance and blend,
characteristics and density of sound.
Right. Like when you break down the actual fundamentals of music, then it makes sense. But when you're not serving people's God and bowing down at the throne of Southern, oh boy, that's the best band I've ever heard. Then you get all the feedback. Tell me why I'm wrong. Show me the clip where Southern played with, or any of your favorite bands play with a better timbre. And if you do, then I'll change my opinion. But until then, there's some good clicks with Jackson. When Jackson played that Circle of Life, what was that? 2 years ago or a year ago? I don't remember when it was. The first game of the season, that Circle of Life sound amazing. So there's examples, but consistently, I meant what I said, and I said what I meant. You don't like it? Tough. Move on. Sorry.
Quick question, Rick. You consider PV sound better than Bethune-Cookman?
No, I don't. And that was what I said on the last show.
Okay.
Now that Bethune is in the SWAC, I think those two bands will be the main ones competing with one another when it comes to sound. But I think that's what Julian was saying. They ain't watched that part. They look for the sensationalized part. Oh, he said Southern. That's like the trigger word.
Yeah.
Where's Ken? That was the trigger word for Ken. You say the word Southern, boy, they ready to fight. But then you actually break it down with context and actually being unbiased. The Southern people, the thing about Southern people, they know this stuff in their heart. They just not going to say it on social media and in public. And I think that's how every band should be. There's a lot of things that Norfolk does that I love and some things that I don't. But at the end of the day, you ain't going to never hear that on social media because I love my band and I love the people I march with and I want to see them be successful. So.
All right, cool. All right, everybody gave their thoughts. Quan, you came in late. We ain't listening to you. Smiths. No, bro, you got something or you good?
I mean, I think everybody said it. I was just, listening. Apologize for my tardiness. But I agree. I think Prairie View is one of the best sounding SWAC bands, honestly, next to Bethune-Cookman. If I was comparing the two from Bethune-Cookman and Prairie View, I would give the slight edge to Prairie View, not because I went there, but because Prairie View has a better selection of songs. And I think you can be consistent and work on your tone and timbre and intonation when really your book has really been the same for the last 10 years. I mean, I don't know if they played Ice Cream Man this year, but I mean, that's been a running joke. I mean, so
Of
that's
course they play Ice Cream Man.
Mr. Ice Cream Man. You gotta say it like you're at church. Mr.
Yeah, Dollar Watson.
Yeah.
So I mean, but in regards of Prairie View versus Southern, I agree that the zero quarter was close, but honestly, what kills Prairie View to a degree is the song selection. It's kind of like if you in the car with your boys or your homegirl and y'all passing the auxiliary card, you know, if you ever played that game, you low key are in competition and you want that song to grab a person's attention. Be like, damn, what's that song? And you be like, oh, you ain't know about this song. This is such and such. You know, not unfortunately, but Southern is consistent for doing that. Southern is consistent for playing a song. You'd be like, damn, I didn't even think of that, you know, as being a song. And I think when Prairie View went up against them this weekend, I think it was about tit for tat. But when it got to that fifth quarter, that song selection, you know, it's kind of like Southern is the type of band that you got to knock out every time. You know what I'm saying? And I think that mentality should reign over every band. It's like they play this, okay, I got one for that, and so forth and so on. It's like a heavyweight bout fight type situation. But I mean, I'm gonna still rock with PV as Clarity best sounding band, but we do need to step our game up with the selection.
Double deduction.
All right, cool. All right, well, let's go ahead. I saw you, Mario. Let's go ahead and kick this thing off. All right. So if you're just coming in, welcome everybody to Talk That Talk, where we have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about music, music education, band, HBCU band culture, and more. Please make sure that if you're on the YouTube channel that you go ahead and subscribe to the network. If you're not, if you're on the Facebook, go over to the YouTube channel, go ahead and subscribe to the network. Also, if you are just now coming in, please make sure that you click that like button. Go ahead and smash that like button. Get these likes up. It don't take that long to smash the like button. So I'm looking at the viewers in here. It's not matching my likes. Let's go ahead and get our likes up. All right. Let's go ahead and get to this first topic. All right. We were kind of on this conversation anyway. Rick was headed that way. So I want to go ahead and kick this thing off by kind of following where we started. So if there's anybody out there who did watch, the zero quarter for, God dang, what happened to Quan? If anybody did watch the zero quarter for Southern and PV, one of the things that I kind of got frustrated about, and understand this is no bias towards PV or anything like that, because I've heard this conversation and I've seen this thing happen throughout HBCU band programs, right? But one of the things that kept happening was the fact of the DJ just randomly kept playing these songs while every time PV played. And I just have a personal problem with that. It's not even the fact of, I guess y'all want to call it healthy competition or whatever. I have a problem with the fact that us as Black people keep doing that to each other, right? Because I can never, for my understanding, make the connection of why is it that in our Black schools we find every way to be as disrespectful as possible to each other. And the biggest problem that I have with that is the fact that we're talking about a university program where students are involved, right? So you disregard the students and the student work and the work that the directors put in just so you can be a butthole. So my first question is, have we lost our respect for the students? Have we lost our respect for the students? Mario.
No, we haven't lost our respect. I mean, I speak from my point of view too. I'm not a university instructor, so from a high school, K to 12 type of environment. No, I think it's more sensitivity, it's more understanding, it's more patience. every day we're talking about SEL, like we were talking about social emotional learning and trying to find different ways to tap into other parts of the student. So no, absolutely not. It hasn't been a loss of respect for students. I think that when it comes to the SWAC, the SWAC commonly, I mean, going to school in a MEAC school, commonly the SWAC would joke us like about how, soft and candy coated, the MEAC was, and how our culture of band was like not real culture of band, and how it's in the SWAC it's aggressive and everything goes hard and everything like that. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, that's the culture of it from what my understanding is. So none of that stuff that they did at the game was really that surprising. I mean, it wasn't at PV and Southern that was like literally fighting on the field. And what year was that? In the 80s and 90s, something like that?
98.
That was 98, bro. That was
Yeah, like
90s.
I mean, yeah, they just straight up scrapping, like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm only saying that just because it's like this, none of that stuff is that much of a surprise to me. You almost had the Jackson and Southern Tuba players about to come to blows down in Atlanta after neither one, I don't even know if either band was involved. It was like some random event they were down there. Like, but I'm saying it's a continuation of, like, to me, SWAC culture that I hear so much about. I'm not from the SWAC. I know a bunch of people, but I'm not from the SWAC. So all I can do is, be an outsider observer of it. Everybody else on the call, you guys all have a SWAC experience. So you tell me. I mean, from a MEAX point of view, it's definitely not a loss of respect for the students, for real. Because, I mean, you talk about, like, I think about, like, Norfolk, these kids, when we were in school, we practiced, mad late. Now they end practice at 9 o'clock, no matter what. I don't care what's going on. At 9 o'clock is over. You know what I mean? You go down to some SWAC schools at 1 o'clock in the morning, they still rehearsing. They out on the field. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. I mean, that should be that's a disrespect to students. But as far as that culture of intensity and that long hours stuff that we talked about, putting in these long hours, working harder, not smarter type of attitude, if you don't go at this hard, this level of hard, and you don't, you didn't earn it and all the type of stuff. I think that mindset is deeply rooted in some other stuff that I don't even know if it's necessary to get into it. I think we understand that, but that rooted idea of, if you didn't do it, if you don't do what I did, then you don't go as hard, or you're not as respected. And so that's a part of some type of like microculture. I think that's kind of magnified itself onto the larger scale. And in other places, I don't think it may be as that same way. So that's my viewpoint.
All right. Quan, have we lost our respect for the students?
I don't think we lost respect for the students. And I think, to Mario's point, everything that we say, we're striving to be more sensitive and aware about the students' needs, mental health, and all of those specific things. But I'm gonna take a different perspective, and this is no pun, but this is just facts. You got to look at what are the schools that are being disrespectful. Maybe they have a disrespectful culture at that particular university. Like no lie, like for years when the great Dr. Griggs was over Southern, as soon as like the bands was like marching in, they was blowing on the band. Would that be considered disrespectful? Or remember a few years past when I forgot who was on the field, but Talladega was in the stands. I think that was Queen City or something like that. They literally was about to start marching, and then they started playing while they're lining up on the field, about to start their show. I think the drum major was about to do their entrance. Isn't that disrespectful? Like, and I think Miles, returned the favor to Talladega. I've seen schools march on the field. I think it was Alabama State marched on the field one year with Tuskegee, was still doing that dance routine. So if you look at all of those things, I don't think we're disrespecting the students, but you have to ask yourself, is that university, do they have a culture of being disrespectful? And you have to pinpoint those isolated events. Also, Mario, I think coming from the SWAC, we did look at the MEAC as a quote unquote more friendly, but I look at it now as I'm older and more mature. It was a better sense of bandsmanship and sportsmanship. So it's like, I'm gonna allow you to take your field, you do your thing. And if you did better than me on the field, you did better than me on the field. But it's not going to turn over into something else. And then lastly, to address that Prairie View Southern fight, that was disrespect because the drum major, if you talk to anybody, he was marching through the band.
Yeah.
And then that's when it popped off with the fight. You see what I'm saying? So even though, those are situations, you got to look at it. What's the culture of that university? And I'm not knocking Southern because I'm from Louisiana and they've been consistent for years. But they have a real talk, a disposition like, if you ain't march for Southern, really F you and F what you stand for. And that's disrespectful on its own. That's just my take on it.
All right. Maya, have we lost our respect for the students?
No, I wouldn't say that. Now, I do want to take it back to the way that you prefaced the question, right? So you originally included the DJ and what happened this past weekend at Southern. So I think if we're including that, there is a disrespect, but maybe that's not a more so of a disrespect to students. Maybe it's just disrespect to sportsmanship in general, right? So I think that just as we've been talking about, there lies some certain, not necessarily animosity, but when you come in and you do things, right? When we go to Southern, I can bet, right? I would tell the girls, when we go to Jackson, when we go to Southern, 9 times out of 10, they're going to play while we're marching in. So you need to pay up, make sure that you're listening and watching the drum because you're not going to be able to see. Like, there are certain things that I think that are okay. That's good, like bands and shit. That's just like, hey, we're in competition. When we get here, we're already rivals, or this is already an anticipated type of game or event. So let's go ahead and pay up to it and make sure that we make it the best that it can be. However, when we start to include, maybe this goes back to the conversation of, putting too much leeway on people who have never marched a day in their life. If we're talking about the DJ in itself, right? For you to feel the need to play, if you're trying to, make sure that Southern knows that, oh, we disrespecting PV all day, every day, they don't get nothing, then that's a whole different type of thing. That's where the disrespect comes into play, because I can bet 9 times out of 10, either you're a current student, the DJ that was playing is a current student, an alumni, or somebody homegrown or very near and dear to the city, right? So you have no odds or ends. You have nothing line. You have no guns in this particular fight. So yeah, there's disrespect there because this has nothing to do with you. This is between these two bands and what they came to do for the business of their culture, of the band culture. Now you parting ways in, sure. Now that's disrespect to the students. But in terms of the question in general, no, I don't think so. But I do think that people having too much insight, having too much leverage, having too much to say, having too much hands-on experiences that have nothing to do with them, that's a whole totally different subject, in which I think that's what this falls under, for lack of better words.
Okay. All right. Rick, have we lost our respect for the students?
I want to look at it from a couple of different perspectives. I say yes and no. First thing is this. The fact of the matter is you have a lot of goons, Goon, as band directors. A doctorate degree doesn't make you a nice person or a kind person or a good person. It just makes you a little more qualified to do what you, on paper, to do what you do. We've already talked about on our show how a band picks up the personality of the person that's in front of them. I remember, and it happens once a year, that picture of the PV students standing in front of Texas Southern's band room apologizing for acting like they were peeing on the bus. That seems to be like this worldwide joke. It gets a laugh every year, turns into this argument for like 2 or 3 days, and then everybody goes on. But the fact that we can't even respect each other enough as Black people to say there has to be a line drawn in the sand. Competition is fine. Competition makes us better as a people. You know what I'm saying? Like that part is fine. But when it becomes disrespectful and no longer moves the culture forward, then that's where I draw the line. Do I think we should? I was assistant band director at PV at the time that happened. I was not in agreement that we should have went over there and stood our kids up in front of the band room and did that. However, there has to be some type. going to college, you're going there to learn. You're not going there to be that person from your neighborhood. It used to boil my blood, man, when I was in college and all these people from DC and New York tried to act like they were the hardest things in the world. Dude, you a college student. You not in that mess that you did in your neighborhood. But you couldn't tell them that, boy. I'm from
boxing matches in the towers on the 6th floor. Straight
we in the party
out.
Man, I never, you know how it is, Mario. We in the party having a good old time.
Bless you.
Let some crunk music come on. You better, everybody. Well, here go DC and New York.
Right, about to fight. Baltimore in there too.
Right. And we sitting there like, dude, all these fine women in here, and y'all sitting up there worried about each other just because a song made you. That doctrine of ethos is real, boy. I swear, music, it affects your attitude and your spirit. If you don't know what the doctrine of ethos is, go look that up, y'all. But yeah, man, like these bands are a product of the people that stand in front of them. Dr. Sam, Quan, you brought up Norfolk. The reason why that mentality was there was because of Dr. Sanford. And the bands that he didn't like, the band directors he didn't like, we never played them. Ever. We never played Bethune-Cookman the years I was in the band. Then they finally went to FAM.
03.
Yeah. After I got out of band. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And that turned into a fight. Like, like you have to
dude punched Tori in the face.
Yeah. Like, the answer is yes. We have lost disrespect because we never had respect for one another. We would rather put our success, and that's what's matter, in my opinion, with the Black community. We would rather put our own personal success above bringing up our community. As long as whatever school you go to, Hampton is better than Norfolk, life is good. We can't eat together. I gotta be better than you no matter what. So I think that the reason why I say yes is because I don't think there was ever that type of respect in place. I watched, and I'll end with this. I went to the Boombox Classic at Jackson in my first year at PV, 2012. Yeah, and we're sitting in the stands. Me and Julian, I'll never forget this. We're sitting in the end zone, and as Southern is marching into the stands, people are literally hitting the band members of Jackson as they come into the stands. And the people from Jackson didn't respond. I mean, from Southern didn't even respond. So I'm sitting there like, they're used to getting physically assaulted by people as they march into the stands for the fear that their band might be better than Jackson. And the same thing probably happens at Southern. I don't know. I don't remember. But it's ridiculous. As Black people, your band, the possibility of your band being better than mine, it calls for violence. Let's hit them. Let's take these pom-poms and smack them. Let's smack the J-sets as they're coming in the stands with pom-poms. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, like it would have been an all-out brawl if they would have hit me with one of them pom-poms when I'm walking up in the stand.
But here's the thing, though, and I think you tapped into something that we don't really think about. We bring hood mentalities into the band. And it's like, I think it was, I'm looking at his face. He was a percussion instructor at TSU for years. Prof D. Yeah, so Dr. Singleton. I never forget, he told me, like, I had a conversation when he was like, one of the problems is we take like a street gang mentality and we put it in the band. And it's like, people don't have a discernment of like, say, bro, like this is a large ensemble of musicians. Like this ain't like we not Bloods, bro.
Right.
And a lot of the times, like that's how we act. But also with social media, it's kind of like, what's that fine line? Because if a school blow on you and you don't blow back, could that affect your recruiting?
But the thing, it's not going to affect your recruiting. PV got 400 people, and we just talked about how every game Mario said they diminish. It starts strong, go down, and they still got 300 people. Why? Because money talks.
No, right. But what I'm saying is, like, the reality of is in the court of social media opinion, to a degree that matters. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not disagreeing with you, but what I'm saying in the court of social media opinion, oh, you didn't blow back, oh, so y'all weak. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's that type of mentality, and it's like hood shit that goes on, and we just musicians. I agree that. Well, I disagree because I think at one point we had to have had respect for one another. I couldn't see Prof Ed like, man, we gonna do that to what's the band director Gremlin? Mr. Conrad
Purnell, right?
Yeah, or even the one previous
before Purnell, it was Conrad
Hutchinson. Yeah, like I couldn't see him, but we gonna blow their asses out and we gonna blow at them on the field. Nah, because they understood the struggle of attaining a master's degree during segregation. So they have a sense of mutual respect for one another. But I think as time progressed, certain personal situations spilled over. And I do agree. Who's ever over the helm of that band, you're going to have that type of mentality. So if the band director trying to be hood, your kid's going to emulate you and be hood too. If your band director is mature and professional at all times, your band is going to emulate and give off that same vibe. You only could give what you have. And I think
about it, but Quan, I don't mean to cut you off, bro, but that brings up another question though, right? Because the band directors of majority of these programs that we're talking about were in those programs themselves. So it's this system of brainwashing that keeps happening over and over and over again. So like, I'll pick a random school, man, because I hate mentioning the S too much. Say you went to Virginia State, and us as Norfolk State people, we know this. It's one of the smallest schools out there that talk the most trash. And I'm like, dog, pull up the clip of the year that y'all smashed North. I need to see that clip. But then I'm sitting there like, this person went to V State, that person that taught them went there. So it's this cycle that happens over and over and over again. And then this break from reality where these people think they bands are great and they aren't. Sorry.
Hey, Kwan, final thought.
Oh, no, I'm good with. I just wanted to kind of ask Maya, does that happen in the dance world though?
She wasn't ready.
It wasn't. Does what happened, my friend? I'm sorry.
Like so my question, like, does disrespect happen in the dance world like that?
Yeah. So in the dance world, it's more so like, shit. What was that Southern and TSU? You know why Southern always brought up when we talking about this? Never mind, that's neither here nor there. Anyways, TSU and Southern when they saw each other, right? When they saw each other in Houston, right? The J says and the Motion, they ended up turning to each other. No, it's definitely some disrespectful stuff that goes on. Whether you throw somebody else count or you do like a diss to their count or some, it can get a little nasty, but it's a lot harder to tell. It's not so blatant unless you know what you're looking for.
All right. Just leave it at that. So I sometimes I come up with these random questions within the question that I ask, right? So through all of you all's comments, one of the things that I thought about is it took me back to the original question that we had last week, right? Which was stands versus field show, right? Because at one time, I can remember the field show was when you got disrespectful. You didn't get disrespectful in the stands. And I think it has gotten worse now that we have transferred everything back to the stands. So the question here is, and anybody can answer this question, since we don't know where that line is as it relates to disrespect, quote unquote, should we just go ahead and focus back on the field shows?
No, because ultimately the fifth quarter is what's got people coming to see what we're doing. Since there's been no innovation in HBCU band in 40 years, people get tired of seeing the same format. I think that's why A&T took off so much. A&T was doing the same thing as everybody else. Soon as Gary got there and Kenny Ruff got there and they started doing different types of shows, people started paying attention. I think it's a lack of innovation that spurs this. Everybody can put sheet music in front of somebody and say, learn this. There's no thought that goes into that when it comes to being creative. The creativity is in the arrangement itself. Just play what you see on the paper. But because there's none of that happening, man, these people have, I mean, what else is there to do? And then the fact that at these HBCU games now, they're not even allowing these bands to play for about 2 or 3 times during the game. So you'll hit them fanfare daddies and they not even as good as they used to be because there's no time to learn and play them. So I think it's a bigger structural thing than that, Julian, than just saying, just saying that.
I think I don't think the field show is gonna change the mentality at all. We were just talking about the fight with PV and Southern. We was talking about the time that I mean, how many times you have bands try to march, into other bands off the field, and it gets crazy. That stuff happened after field shows. So I mean, it's like the field show doesn't change. The focus of a field show won't change hood mentalities. It goes like Rick was talking about, band directors and people who are in charge of these groups being immature. You know what I'm saying? And not understanding that there should be a line that shouldn't be crossed as it relates to the student and their academic achievement and their goal and their focus towards, matriculation, through a university, making them a professional. And I don't think that is ever really thought about. The idea that these people are in my program, I'm partially responsible for helping them become professionals in whatever career they're going to. When we teach as a high school teacher, I don't teach with the idea that all my kids are going to go and play in band in college. I teach them skills that they can use. As the great William Ravelli said, University of Michigan, I not only teach music, but I teach through music. And so the goal to me is not to just make a bunch of musicians, it's to try to teach a person through that. So I don't know why it always falls off the cliff when you get to college and it's like, we just need numbers. We just need to, bands, you're talking about bands getting bigger. I remember when a 128 block was enough. Now it's like, I can't have 10 baritones. I got to have 20 and 30. And it's like, when is it's becoming so much because everybody needs to have the biggest, most extravagant number and, large sizes and all this stuff. And that's it's cool. But what you start to do is you start to lose the quality in that space. Not everybody can have those larger size bands and keep the quality of what they're trying to do. Some people have a hard time with quality with little bands. And so you got slim pickings as it relates to getting these kids, getting some of these kids out. So I don't think any of that, getting them out of high school into college programs and, quality programs and everything, or even having a worthwhile type of situation with recruitment, even getting them to the school. But I don't think it has anything to do with, what you focus on. I think that has to do with type of person that's in charge of those groups. They need to tighten up, and we have to figure out what's it going to be, because us talking on this panel won't change the bottom line. These people are going to do what they're going to do, and they're going to still keep that energy no matter what. It's just like if I was to sit here and say, all fraternities should stop paddling people and da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, I can say it. I can say it.
All right. Cool. All right, let's go on. Let's move forward. I appreciate all your thoughts on that. If you're just tuning in, welcome everybody to Talk That Talk, where we have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about music, music education, band, HBCU band culture, and more. Please make sure you get these likes up. Let's go ahead and smash this like button. We need these likes to match the number of people I'm seeing in here. All right, so go ahead and smash that like button. Also, if you're on the YouTube page, go ahead and subscribe to the network. If you're not on the YouTube page, when you're watching on Facebook, go over to the YouTube page. You can continue watching over there, and you subscribe to the network. Also, man, we hit 100. We hit 100, man. So I'm definitely excited about that. As a matter of fact, we're actually at plus 100, man, and we only been rocking for about a month and a half, 2 months. So I appreciate all the subscribers and everybody who continue to tune in. Actually, we also have a lot of followers over there on the Facebook page as well. So I appreciate all you guys and the love. So keep on clicking in, keep on subscribing, and let's get these likes up. All right, let's move to the next topic. We kind of started talking about this in the last conversation, and we brought it up a lot of times behind closed doors. And shout out to Crucial Conflict. Darrell came through, and he actually gave his thought process on it. So I want to go ahead and bring this up as a topic. Outside band directors, does it help or hurt? Outside band directors, does it help or hurt? So just to make sure I let you guys know what I'm talking about, if that band director comes and they ain't marched at your school, they ain't a product of that program, does it help or does it hurt? I see some weird faces going on. And there's two people on this panel who had that experience, and we were the two people who did. So I'm gonna go ahead and kick it off with Quan first.
I think it could help because even from my experience being at this historical black high school. So they had previously a legacy of they were named like the Marching 100. And in this area of Houston, in this urban area, you know, they were at one point a staple for the community. Well, due to turnover and whatnot, I came over, rebranded things, and you know, we're going back into the right direction. So from that perspective, yes, outside band directors from outside you know, the norm of being alumni of the school, it can help. Uh, being on the other side for the collegiate level, now that I've seen and I've witnessed and experienced it myself with you two guys, being from Prairie View and you being outside band directors, I think it can help. I think it all boils down to the character of that band director. And that also boils down to the vision. I don't think that, honestly, we lost our traditions of Prairie View. I just think things were enhanced and I think things improved over time. So in my opinion, if that person understands pedagogy, if he understands, you know, how to make bands better, how to motivate kids and not only motivate them, but ensure that they're getting out of college, which that's the main job as a band director. Yeah, by all means, an outside band director is worth it. Because sometimes, like we've been talking about from the first question, a lot of the times that same mentality is just a revolving door. So you're gonna have band practice at 1 o'clock in the morning, but you got an 8 o'clock class. So you done failed out the first semester. And so now your turnover rate for your students is piss poor. Your graduation rate is slow. And so people look at it from the point of view of, well, you know, we go to college to pledge or be in that section, but not to graduate. So I think outside band directors can give a different perspective and also can bring something that was needed that program possibly didn't have before. So it does help from my experience.
All right. Rick, outside band directors, does it help or hurt?
Let's look at it from two sides. First side is I think it can be helpful, like Quan said. I remember when we first got to PV, they used to get so upset because we were we went through everything. Like we literally took 100 days at the beginning to just watch and say, okay, what do we want to keep? What do we not want to keep? Here's the thing about traditions, y'all. They weren't always traditions. It was something that happened and somebody said, you know what, let's keep doing that over and over. And then they became traditions. But for the people that were in the band before that, they weren't traditions. They're like, what's that? So I'm sitting there like, I look at things, and most traditions, y'all, can be broken. Like they aren't going to destroy the fabric of your band. I think there's traditions like PV playing the entertainment tonight. I think it's a cool tradition, but it can be it can keep the development of the show small, because if you're having to make that huge shape all the time, it doesn't give you many options of what you can do. Yes, it is absolutely a tradition, but you know, you have to fit what you do into that. So from certain standpoints, cool. You come in as a new band director that didn't march in that band, I think it's important that you take time to learn the band that you're coming into. Don't just go in gangbusters saying, I'm getting rid of everything. Because that's the easiest way to turn your students against you and your alumni. And I think that's a lot of what happened, even with us. People looked at it as us coming in saying, I'm getting rid of all that, or being disrespectful to things that happened before. And then that turns people against you. So that's the first part of it. But shout out to Darrell, like you said, the part that he said kind of stuck with me, man. And he was like, you can't teach somebody how to be a juke if you ain't a juke yourself. So I think a lot of people look at band from a fraternal perspective, like being initiated. Like when I was in the Legion, we had to cross into the Legion. You know what I'm saying? Same thing, I'm sure, you know, for a lot of bands across the country, like ceremonies and all. My trumpet section, we have a grip. So these young guys that are in the band section now at Norfolk think that that's tradition that's been going for 40 years. Norfolk trumpet players, we made that grip up in 2002 when Julian and them crossed into the section. We made it up, sitting upstairs on the 3rd floor. All that mess y'all think is tradition, we made that stuff out of nowhere. I think Dorian might still have the doggone paper we wrote it on. We ain't write it on the chalkboard and all that. It was written on a loose leaf piece of paper out somebody's ripped up notebook. But that
was about 40 years, right?
Huh?
That was about 40 years, right?
No, that wasn't 40 years, young fella. That was 20 years. 20 years.
Smith.
Right. So I say all that to say, y'all, you know, just like the rest, the concept of you have to be a Jew to teach someone how to be a Jew. I guess I respect it because I'm not a Jew. So I don't know what those, you know, what that means. But on the other hand, having marched in the band that I marched in, I absolutely say some of those things that makes us the Legion, you're only going to be able to learn from somebody in the Legion, which ties into what I was saying about the band director, learning the traditions and stuff like that. So I think the answer is yes and no.
All right. Maya, outside band directors, does it help or hurt?
Yes and no. That's my line. Thank you.
Sorry.
But shit, I agree. Hell.
I agree.
So yeah, I think that it helps because any set of fresh eyes that's put on anything can always bring about newness, can bring about something that we haven't thought about. Can a brand new band director that's never marched or never been a part of the quote unquote traditions or whatever, can they do it alone? I don't necessarily think so. As with everything, it takes a village. Now, in terms of incorporating the conversation, incorporating the relationships with and the rapport with the band itself, as well as the staff, I think that all that integrated together is what makes the final vision. But I do think a fresh set of eyes can take things that have become stagnant. And it's hard to, when something is so close to your heart, it's very hard to see outside of it. Right. So it's hard to look outside of things. Like, I mean, with my own section, right? Dr. Sure, I was there for so long. It wasn't until Miss Danielle and Miss Sean came about that section was able to grow because there was newness in terms of what was anticipated as well as what was accepted. So I think that with those things, you can definitely have a larger sense of growth and a larger sense of path in terms of the journey of the band itself with that enhancement of an outside vision. But again, as I said, I don't think that it can be done alone. Now, if we're talking about traditions, I mean, that's kind of one of those things. As long as it's not inaugural, is it a tradition? Where do we draw the line of tradition versus not? As long as it's not the first time it's ever happened, I could say that, well, I've been going to Popeyes every Friday for the past 2 weeks. Now it's my new tradition. Shit, I'm about to hit that thing up this week. It's a tradition.
$2 Tuesday. $2 Tuesday.
Exactly. So that's just my little tidbit on that. But yes and no. Nope. I'm gonna go with yes. Yes. I think that an outside band director, those outside eyes, it can definitely help as opposed to hurt. Just keep it at that. I think that it can help. I'll just leave it at that.
All right. Mario, outside band directors, does it help or hurt?
I don't know. Everybody was answering this question as if it was so clear to you all. Outside band directors, I mean, you talking about anybody outside of the actual director of bands? Is that what you're referring to?
I think you stepped away when
okay.
Clarity to that.
Clear
no, this person who's now been assigned as the director, whether it's assistant or head, had no affiliation with that program prior to. Didn't march, no nothing. So yeah.
It depends on the fundamentals of the person that's in front. I mean, I think if the person has great fundamentals, they're gonna help the program. I don't care what your program is. If you know how to teach band, you know how to teach dance, if you know how to teach percussion, if you understand fundamentals and musical foundations, then you're gonna be successful. Now, when I say successful, I'm talking about the band will sound good. Whether everybody loves you or likes you or whatever, that's depending on if they want their culture over an actual quality sounding ensemble. That's what it comes down to. Because sometimes people don't want to change because they want to stick to the good old way that they've been doing whatever they've been doing, and it could be totally wrong. But that wrong is something that they're not willing to grow on. They're not willing, like, because sometimes in some of these programs, it's just the fear is, I mean, I won't say fear, but the issue that I see is it's like sometimes it seems as if some of these programs, the people in the band, some of the kids don't want to change anything. They go to certain programs and you see certain programs beefed up because they want to do it in a way that doesn't, they believe that if I play as loud as I can, if I don't get to do that, then I'm sacrificing my fun. My fun is, doing certain things a certain way. And then when you have somebody to come in and says, okay, this is what the instrument should sound like. I want you to think around this. I want you to understand how to articulate. I want you to understand how to phrase, how to breathe, saying like what crescendos and decrescendos are supposed to be. Dynamics are not just loud and soft. You know what I mean? There's in betweens, like understanding all the nuances of music. And I think if you have somebody that comes in that's not from a program, but they understand all those concepts, as long as they're not disrespectful, I think as somebody said that earlier, as long as they're not disrespectful to the people and they say, look, I understand your preferences of the program, the culture of the program was founded on, if it's a good program, like if you came, like we mentioned, the Legion has good bones. So whoever comes in after Mr. Bethea leaves, they have a program with good bones. They have a program that already has a structure in place that the foundation and culture of the way people play is already set. So if somebody comes in and has those kind of skills as well, they can do nothing but add to that. They may change a couple things here and there, but you always got old heads that's going, they can celebrate in the alumni band. Everything is not going to be the same. You talk to somebody from the 70s in North State, and then somebody in the 2000s, they got a whole different Legion. So, I mean, but the state people still come back to show love to that program. So I think longest things are only program that I've seen, like there's a few programs I've seen like not change at all. Like feel like maybe like FAM, you know what I'm saying? Like they kind of like they haven't really changed. They sound like FAM, you know what I mean? I mean, they're not quite as good as the old FAM, but the style of the way they play is kind of similar. But everybody else been on the scene changed. Jackson ain't the same Jackson.
Right.
Jackson ain't the same Jackson. Like Alabama A&M ain't the same Alabama A&M. You know what I'm saying? They were a totally different band back in the day. So like a lot of bands are different. Like, so I don't know. I don't think it would hurt. I don't think it would hurt as long as the person has core foundational principles of music and ensemble building.
All right, let me ask this question. So it's a two-parter, right? So we talk about the traditions of the HBCU band programs, and I'm just gonna put it out there. Me and Rick were talking about this the other day. When it comes to some of these traditions, can we get rid of these captain daddies now? Like, why are we still wearing these captain suits? Like, why is that a thing? HBCU band directors, can we get rid of these captain suits? Like, nobody needs to. Why are we still wearing these?
No, you gotta hit the captain daddy. You gotta hit the
captain daddies is phony.
Don't hit the phony suits.
I'm sorry, them captain daddies is phony and it's trash. We need to get rid of
tailored. That's what they need to do.
Or that. Well, no, I don't care about get rid of them, trash them, burn them.
Hella big.
You gotta earn them suits, man. You gotta earn them suits.
Phony captain daddies.
Hey, you ain't got no SWAC hours, Julie. You gotta get you some SWAC hours.
You remember big with Tom Hanks?
TV for 5 years. I'm good.
And you ain't got no captain suit either. So do you really have some SWAC hours? You ain't got the picture.
I will say this live right now. Dr. Zachary was smart because he was like, absolutely not. We gonna come out there and hit them little blazer daddies, or we gonna put on a goddamn polo.
So let me ask you this: is it because you came from the MEAC that y'all did that?
You don't do that in the MEAC. Dr. Sanford and them used to come out in them ugly green suits.
Them extra ugly rose green.
I was
gonna say, yeah, I did Doc. Probably none of them. Yeah,
I was gonna say Gordon and them. Then Gordon used to come out in that zoot suit with the joint all the way down to the knee.
And did. What is wide shuffling.
And then he yellow on Sunday.
Terrible.
But the other thing that I had to add to that though is y'all said a lot of good stuff. Tell me, and like I always say, when I get these other thoughts, I don't care who goes. Tell me how many programs got better with a different director. Matter of fact, give me 5 programs that got better with an outside director. Whoa, wait. I know you're ready, Rick. Yeah, and then give me 5 programs that got worse with an outside director.
I'll take the one that's better because it seems like I always get the smoke.
I'll take the worst. I'll take the
All right.
worst.
Bands that got better with a new band director. Hampton University with Thomas right now. What Thomas is doing with that program, phenomenal. I'm sorry. I mean, maybe I'm biased because that's my frat brother, Rude Out. But Hampton University is a better band.
Right.
North Carolina A&T with Kenny Ruff. Y'all was expecting. I'm gonna get to the one at the end. North Carolina A&T is a much better band, in my opinion, with Kenny Ruff as the director and with Garrett as the drill writer. Sorry, Quan. Sorry, Maya. I think what Dr. Zachary has done has really moved PB's band forward, especially from what it was the couple of years before he got there. So what the direction it was and what the school was trying to do, I think they're a better band, in my opinion. That's no disrespect to y'all, especially you, Quan, who marched before that. That's just my opinion. Alabama A&M. With what they doing now, man, they sound better. Like he came from minor high school. Shout out to the Qs and my dog. But yeah, what he's doing now, they have a better
university sound. Did he go to? Because
he went to Jackson State, right? Or did he go to Alabama A&M?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
But you got a discrepancy because somebody said Thomas went to Hampton.
Oh, that's right. Thomas did go to Hampton. Well, hey, I guess that's one. Yeah.
Smith.
Norfolk State, and then Norfolk State. I'm sorry, I went there. All the Legion people from the 90s and before, that's cool. If we talking about specifically marching band, I know the wind ensemble was better in the 80s than it was during the Dr. Sanford era, but if we're just specifically talking marching band, there is not a band prior to 1998 that is better than, let's say, 03 Legion. Give me the one band before. 1988 Legion was good, but they couldn't hold a stick to that 03 band. That 03 band was the best band, in my opinion, that Norfolk had until 09. 03, 09 were, in my opinion, the two best bands Norfolk ever had, and they were all in the Dr. Sanford era.
So bruh, I'm gonna tell you this. You got smitted twice because somebody said Kenny Ruff went to A&T.
Oh, I ain't know that either. Hey.
Yeah.
So, look, we only got three. We only got three bands then.
because
that's why I brought the question up.
Because here's the truth though. A lot of these bands and universities, they hire the same people. Like we know for a fact, nobody outside of FAM is going to get the job at FAM. Nobody at Southern is going to get the job outside of Southern. So when you look at specific universities and colleges, you have to go and low-key prove yourself. Like Bonds is at Dega, but that was a situation that was created due to the passing of Prof. Edwards and all of that transition that was going on. Dr. Zachary got, that position. But there's not many other schools that really have the opportunity. I mean, Brian Simmons is at TSU, but if you look at really other schools and universities, you don't have those opportunities because they're going to hire you within. And some of them, they develop their own ideologies of what bands should sound like because they transition to other schools and institutions.
And I've been gassing them all year. Alabama State.
Yeah.
Alabama State. That's another, like,
what that's my band of the year.
Yeah, with Alabama State. I forgot about them. I'm sorry, y'all. Alabama State, what they doing this year, man?
But isn't it the same director though?
Is it?
Is it the same guy that was on the TV show?
I don't. And did he go to Alabama State? I don't know where these people went to school. I guess right.
But I'm just saying, like, so if you really think about it, most of these schools, most of the SWAC schools have a Southern band director. I believe Alcorn, Southern, of course. I mean, Prairie View. That's three.
Whoa. Who at Prairie View?
Dr. Zachary went to Southern.
He graduated from Norfolk State.
He's still a juke, though.
He got his master's from Norfolk State.
He's still a juke,
his
bro.
Undergrad.
Again, hey, where he crabbed at? I'm just saying. I mean, like, if you really
what he claimed Southern.
You're right.
He claims Southern. So
I just know,
ain't even going.
and this ain't no
Yeah.
disrespect, but I know where his degree came from.
I mean, and so I mean, so if you think about those situations, there's really not a lot of opportunities for outside band directors to come in. And I don't want to get off, but honestly, at Black folks, we're tribal. Like you said about fraternal, we're tribal people, and we stick to traditions because we deal with post-traumatic slave syndrome. Look it up. And we want to hold on to something. It's like, because we really don't know where we from. We feel like our university is our home. So we want to hold on to, well, my band sounded like this when I was here, and these are the songs that we played. And and honestly, if entertainment tonight was changed, I would feel some type of way. But I would, as a director, I would respect that band director, but it better be something better than Entertainment Tonight. But that's just what we hold on to. Like when Maya said with the Kick Circle, when that was out, we was like, dog, like what is going on? I mean, but again, there's not a lot of opportunities for outside band directors to come in to those traditional universities.
I saw that. She sit with the pinky.
Quan, when we took that entertainment,
that was just awkward timing. Thank you.
When we took that entertainment tonight out for one game,
yeah,
we had it back in the next week because we got so many emails and hate, bruh.
I mean, even when y'all tried to change up the PVU, and I think it was one time it was like cursive. It was something that was done. So one time it was the PVAM.
No. What happened was, I can tell you what it was, because the cursive one had been done by Prof. Ed before.
I know. However, the masses.
The one that you're talking about was the one that was in the circle that we did, like in the middle of the drill. That's the one you're talking about, and that one was we kind of got flack for that one too.
So I'm gonna say this, and I'm off it. I think PV was a different situation because the director died in the seat. That's number one, and then number two, all of those students, myself included, it was a grieving process that we had to endeavor through while still marching. And there's a lot of things, that happen that's family business behind closed doors. And I think that's why, honestly, y'all got the brunt of that, honestly, when y'all arrived, because we still was grieving. So as younger kids, and we're a grown people now, as a younger kid, you felt like, man, my daddy has died, and who these people coming in our house? Like my mama getting married that fast, and all the stepdaddies was like, nah, we gonna change this and we gonna change that, and we was like, well, I gotta hold up my daddy name. So once those things started to take place, we didn't know where kind of like our daddy's legacy was, at that time while we're building anew. That's all.
Hey man, that was a hell of an analogy and an excellent way to close that out, because that was
daddies. I gotta respond with the other bands.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
So I was thinking for a minute. I'm like trying to think about the programs. So some of these programs, I don't know if the band director is the same or if the program just seemed to change. So I'm assuming that was somebody else in the seat. But the first band that came to my brain was Bonds at Delaware State. I remember Delaware State in 04. And 04 through 07 or something like that, or whenever he was there, man. And I was like, Del State's coming up for sure, man. I was really excited about that program. And I was like really impressed what they was doing with the small numbers they had. Because Delaware State, that's a hard place to recruit. That's like, man, high. That's like, it's cold. It's like way up. Like nobody want to go to Delaware State from the South. So you're going to have to recruit in Jersey and New York and Delaware. You got to be right up there in the Philadelphia area. But the other school I thought about was Howard University. Oh my God. I mean, I'm not going to bash nobody because I know the director of Howard. I won't go far with all of that, but I would just say you can just tell where people's focuses are or where they're not. You know what I mean? And I know from knowing the director of Howard that he does care about his concert band, symphonic winds ensemble and stuff like that. I know that that's most important to him. And then we just saw those uniforms that they had, man. It's like somebody don't care or something. I don't know. I was just like, it's just really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. It's a real PWI vibe with those uniforms. I don't really know what's going on there. They got the fonts aren't matching, bro. Like We got to work on that, man. But anyway, that's this program. And the other program that came to my mind was, remember what I don't know if this was because the school went through financial issues, if the band director is still the same or not. But I remember what South Carolina State was doing in like 2009, 2010.
That's the one, Mario.
And they were going crazy. And then all of a sudden it dropped off. And I'm like, what happened? I know the school was going through some issues, but if we have anybody from the 101, man, like please chime in, because I don't know what happened with them. They just are not. I don't know what's going on. Like they barely got 100 people in the band. I know the school's going through some stuff. So I know what Norfolk was like in 2012 when they didn't have. I mean, we barely had 100 people in our band. They went down to Bethune, But that's So I understand, man. But those three programs popped in my brain when I talk about programs that seemingly progressively went the other way.
But Mario, here's one too. But I think this band is a example of both. When when you have that person that when it went down after a new director but came back up with a new director, and that's Texas Southern,
right?
Texas Southern. Right. During the GIP and the GIP era, whatever your opinion is of Texas Southern, it is what it is. The fact of the matter is, if I think about 1980s Texas Southern, just having this conversation with Julian and knowing the all-stars that they had on staff at the time, and then going to what Texas Southern was before Brian Simmons got there, it is what it is. But then, y'all know me. I can't stand that whole Canes mess. I can't stand it. But the fact of the matter is, when most of these bands get a Southern band director, they usually turn around for the better. Norfolk State got Dr. Sanford. Prairie View, after all the stuff that was happening, they got all these bands across the Brian Simmons, that brother young, and was able to go in there and turn that band around in literally in months. So
Southern or Jackson.
To all you dudes out there, man, like y'all know I can't stand calling y'all the Kings, but the fact of the matter is the proof is in the pudding.
Southern and Fam is it.
Southern and Fam, that's it.
Southern and Fam is it. That's where the best directors in our culture, in our band culture on this level have come from.
I mean, and think about it like this too, Mario, and I'll be short with this.
Everybody say, yeah, Rick, final
thought. Very short. Southern, especially for the Southern people listening, Southern has went through phases. Like when Branford Marsalis and all those guys were there in the 80s, there was a heavy jazz, and I'm sure it's still that way now, but I haven't heard Southern's jazz band ever. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what it is. Like they don't post those clips. So if you go to Southern, man, throw up some jazz band clips, because they literally had some musical greats, Alvin Batiste, Dr. Zachary and Branford Marsalis. All these guys went to Southern, Dr. Sanford, Mr. Adams. So they've gone through phases of musical growth. I think now, because the focus is so heavily on marching band, it's kind of hard to see all the other stuff. So that's it.
All right. That went a lot longer than what I thought, but it's all good because I always love the conversation. All right. If you're just tuning in, welcome everybody to Talk That Talk, where we have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about music, music education, band, HBCU band culture, and more. Please make sure that as soon as you come in, you smash that like button, man. I want to make sure that I show my mods some love. Appreciate you moderators for talking to my folks and making sure that they hit them like buttons. Make sure you click that like button, get these likes up. Also, if you're on the YouTube channel, please make sure that you go ahead and subscribe to the network. If you're watching on Facebook, then go over to the YouTube channel and subscribe to the network. All right. Let's go ahead to the next one. Trying to figure out which way I want to go with this. Let's do it this way. All right. Actually, this one was given to me by Rick, and I want to make sure that we do it some just due. So here we go. Do fundamentals matter anymore? Do fundamentals matter anymore? Now, when he posed that to me, I thought it was a great topic, but I can even go so far as to the dance world too, right? Because that can even be brought up closely related to the question that we asked about, are we selling sex, or, so what, so on and so forth. So we can go from both of these sides. So does fundamentals matter anymore. Rick, since you brought up the topic, you go ahead and start first.
I listen to a lot of these bands, y'all, and it's just so frustrating hearing mellophones playing with all this cross voicing, just playing higher than the trumpet section. Baritone players, you got to have 30 baritones in your band to be considered a good band. They play as loud as humanly possible. You can't hear any of the color or the color tones or
Root Kings, baby,
right,
Root Kings.
any resemblance of music fundamentals in these bands, Kings. But anyway, like, it's just so frustrating, and it's all done simply to win the volume battle. You can't tell me that as a knowledgeable band director, you're sitting up there saying, I need 30 baritones because I need to make sure that all my color tones are played at maximum volume, regardless of context. So I just think just listening, it's just insulting sometimes to listen to some of these bands. Every song got to have a high B flat or C in the baritone, or otherwise it's not sweet. If you ain't hitting the high notes in the baritone, that arrangement, poo, dog. I don't want no parts of that. That arrangement trash. And I'm sitting there like, y'all know, like, that's not necessarily a good thing, right? Especially, man, that you can't hear the regular pitches of the chord. I think that's important thing. So I think it's just super frustrating to hear all these great bands sacrifice musical intelligence, that's what I'll call it, for the sake of winning an argument for some people that shouldn't even be having an argument with anyway. Like I said, I'm going to give you the same example I gave weeks ago. You spell the letters Timbre, and some people don't even know what the heck you're talking about, but are able to give an opinion on the success of your band program based on what they consider to be important. So to answer the questions, no. In a lot of these HBCU band programs, you got a lot of people, including students, writing music that don't even know these fundamentals of arranging. They up there writing what they think people want to hear. Loud baritones, swooshing mellophone parts, screaming trumpets. At some point, we're going to have to teach our people the fundamentals of arranging so we can actually raise up a generation of arrangers that can actually write some stuff that makes musical sense. I'll end.
I agree.
All right. Does fundamentals matter anymore?
Yes. Okay. So 1,000, yeah, like 1,000% fundamentals always have and will be the basis of everything, right? Can a baby learn to walk without, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's levels to this. However, I see your question and I raise you, can fundamentals withstand the excitement, the anxiousness, and the entertainment value on a weekly basis? That's where shit hits the fan and goes out the window. Because, let me sit up a little bit. Now, let's get to it if we're going to get to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, in my very own band room, I'll leave it to what we have going on right here. Brownie, when y'all came in, what? It was, we got to get back to the basics. We're about to do this, that, and the third. However, what is the thing that we've seen, and we've even talked about on this show year over year over year, when PV sees a particular band, all hell breaks loose, and we just go back to, woo, you know what I'm saying? Like, what we know best, what feels good in the heart, we're anxious, I've even done it on my own. If I see a particular group from across the field, it's like, ooh, let me at them. Ooh, let me at them. Ooh, like, you know what I'm saying? We've been waiting on this. So yes, fundamentals actually matter. However, it's hard. I don't know what the fix-it line is to say when it comes down to drill down, when it comes time to really show up, where do you draw the line between being able to understand and key into those fundamentals while also being able to portray or being able to play or present across the field. That's really where stuff goes awry. I think that a lot of bands are doing what needs to be done in terms of the integration and in terms of the fundamentals and the dynamics that need to happen in the band room or the dance room or whomever. I think that when it just comes time to get busy, your heart is beating fast. You're like, oh, we ain't seen them in 2 years, 2.5 years, whatever. And that's where things go awry. Now, I totally agree that should it be that way? No. How do you fix that though? And we could say repetition, but we do repetition all day. It's just still when we get in front of whomever, stuff gets a little bit crazy. And so it makes you think that, okay, so do they really understand the basics or not? No, we understand it. The kids understand it. I would like to think that they understand it. I want to give the benefit of the doubt. Let me keep it in the house. In my own house at PV, I know that they understand fundamentals and the basics. I know that it's something that is going over. Now, when we get outside that house and get in front of company, we like to show our behinds. And that's where the problem lies.
You didn't say all of that and hit us with the cuss words and everything. And in the last second, you said the word behind. Good Lord.
Because I thought that I had done enough. You catch what you are picking up what I'm putting down.
I got you. Go ahead and hit that little dance one more time. There we go.
That's how I feel when I really make a point. Yep, did that.
You got to co-sign yourself,
right?
And do. I gotta pat my own self on the back.
All right, Chief. Do fundamentals matter anymore?
I think it's a little multi-layered. And I come in from a little bit different perspective. If you are looking to sound like so most people don't want to hear a concert band on the field, but if you heard a large jazz band, you would enjoy it. In terms of the way the energy is, screaming trumpets are all over that music, like lead trumpet players and like power in the sound. And like, if you think about, like Thad Jones music and sax solos and all types of shit, I never knew in all the years I've watched marching bands why nobody ever really took an interest in playing more jazz music. But that's, I guess, maybe a little selfish of me. What I mean by the angle I'm taking on it is like we were talking about US bands and stuff and how the adjudication is a little different. Like, I mean, proper sound quality is proper sound quality. I obviously understand that, but when it comes to the way we play in our space, because you were mentioning Alabama State, Rick, earlier, and we were talking about how we both like Alabama State. They don't necessarily play with the exact timbre of like a University of Michigan, but they do our style at a level that it sounds good and it's respectable, and you still have some ramifications of the fundamentals in place. So there's like, you don't hear a bunch of extra hanging over. You don't hear a bunch of blaring in certain parts and unbalanced sounds and harmonies. You get to hear the music. Counter melodies are represented, but not more important than melodies. You don't have people like taking up the third of a harmony on an octave higher than everybody else. So those fundamental concepts are there, but it's still being played inside of a space where the natural timbre of the horn is being pushed to a different limit. They're still doing it. They're playing aggressive, but they're doing it with inside of a certain type of space that still has a clean sound to it. You want to have these fundamentals, and yes, they absolutely matter, but you don't want to be bore fest out there. You also want to make sure it's entertaining to people. We've had this conversation, with me, a lot of the Norfolk people and stuff like that, and Norfolk has had their moments where the power and the cleanliness and the almost the sophistication of the arrangement overshadowed certain things at points because the band was just that many talented musicians in it. But then there's other times when you don't have that same level of musician where the entertainment factor is lower because it's not giving you the wow factor. So if you want to, there are certain things that kind of have to balance themselves out. I believe. Never sacrificing like the timbre of the sound so much so that it's blaring, but you do want to hear sound. Like I always say, if I'm gonna play loud, I'm gonna crank up this is just getting a little bit more technical. If I'm playing euphonium, and I used to always tell my section, power is in the mid range. I used to always tell them the power was in the mid range. If you play a lot of stuff higher, then now we talk about that cross voicing again. Another thing is if I'm playing a whole note, I'm not going to play with all my power on the beginning of the whole note and then fade off on the end of 3. I'm talking about being able to phase all the way to 1. You need to be able to play harmonies to the end of the damn phrase. So there's certain things that are technically sound that need to be set. And if
But Mario,
but
realistically, Mario, how many bands do what you just said?
Listen, I'm about to say this. Listen to this. 2 bands that came to my mind that actually play where everybody, even if you don't like the sound of the band, they all play the same over a phrase. Southern and Bethune.
I disagree because Southern hits that off on 4 on almost every single song that they play.
Listen, but they all do it, unlike other bands which don't know the difference.
But that's not the question. The question is music fundamentals. You would never teach your band to cut off on 4 in every single measure.
Check this out. If you have which I've had this situation, I'm gonna give you a scenario. If I have a tuba, one of my tubas, we had this situation in high school. One of the tubas, the slide didn't work. We didn't have no money to get it fixed, so it was automatically sharp. It was just sharp it just was sharp. We couldn't fix the slide at all. It was broke. The horn was messed up. So what did we do? They started tuning to the tuba. Why do that? That's not fundamentally correct. But we did that because the idea is that in a situation where you have sometimes things are adapted to a certain style and certain style of what they're doing. If you listen to a brass band, we enjoy brass bands, but they don't play technically correct.
Me personally, I don't enjoy brass band.
I do.
Technically, the tuning to the that's actually absolutely musically correct. In box time, they tune to 414. So that's all. I'm going to tell you,
right. When you listen to the band, you're going to hear a group of people playing in a space that sounds closer than saying, I'm going to be correct. That's, to me, I don't agree with that. When you say, I'm going to be in tune, y'all can be you out of tune and they out of tune. I'm going to be right. Like, that's not being a band to me. I mean, so we may differ on that one. But when I come to the other big point is, that comes back to the bigger point. You say you don't enjoy brass bands. I do. Other people do. So that aggressive sound is something that people actually enjoy. So if there is a sound that people enjoy, there is a fundamental concept of that sound that you can actually employ inside a marching band, which can work. Instead of saying every band needs to now have this traditional type of concert band sound on the field, there's other sounds that work. Because if that's the case, jazz band would have never worked back in the 50s and 60s. It would have never worked. Thad Jones in the 70s would have never worked because it didn't sound technically correct. You listen to Mingus's band, tell me that shit sounded good. There was bands that Mingus had that sound like they were people hanging over, playing wrong stuff. They weren't articulating the same. Listen to Haitian Fight Song and listen to the trombones. Some people double tongue it, some people not. I'm telling you what I like actually been in this, doing this. I'm saying that there's people who enjoy different things. And because they enjoy different things, there can be a fundamental set for different types of enjoyment.
But that's my point exactly what you just said, Mario. You said different people enjoy different things, but there's only approval for one thing. And that's my problem. It's that, yes, you may think that Southern style or the jazz band style, which I love jazz, man. Like we are right. But on the other hand, soon as you hear the sound of Bethune, the first thing people say is boring. We have to be able to appreciate them the same way we appreciate a band that plays at full volume for long periods of time, just like Southern. I'll give you that. When it comes to playing with that force for a long period of time, they're great at that. But the same way we give them the credit for doing that, we should get the same excitement, in my opinion, that I get when I hear Bethune, like that bed clip, them playing Somebody Sleeping in My Bed from 2012, where they do that huge crescendo as a band perfectly. And it's like, man, that is super impressive. Everybody else, oh, this is boring.
The only thing I would disagree with you, bro, no one that I have met said that they didn't like that clip. No one dislikes Bethune's sound. People say Bethune's boring because they play the same shit. They play the same music over and over and over, so you're tired of hearing Ice Cream Man. Now, if you take Norfolk State's, that you take that early 2000s, all of our arrangements, and you give that to Bethune's band and let them play the type of stuff we were playing with, the type of sound and balance that they have, man, that shit would be out of sight. But they don't do that because they don't push the envelope. That's what the problem is. They're comfortable and safe. And that's why people are like, we respect them, but that shit's whack because you're safe too long. This has been 25 years, 20 years, 25 years to the same damn songs. They still playing Hova, bro.
Catch me outside. How about
All
that?
right, Quan.
Shit.
Matt, right?
Shit. Like, damn, it's hard to come from behind that. But I mean,
There we go.
I mean,
I helped you out a little bit, Quan.
appreciate it, bro. Like, damn. No, but I mean, I agree with just about what everybody's saying. But what I realize is there's such a thing as, you know, a syllogism, like your truth. Like I know Rick said, well, you know, it's a fundamental way of truth. But what I realize is, just like I learn from you guys every week in those nuggets that y'all drop me, it may be a truth only due to my experience that I think that fundamental is actually correct. And what I realize is a lot of people really just don't know fundamentals. Like, just bottom line, they just really don't know. And you could try to fake it till you make it, or you can only do what you know. So most people really don't know the fundamentals. But my question is, are you willing to sacrifice the entertainment aspect of fundamentals more than your standard? And then that's a whole different conversation, because then what's your standard?
But
So it's like,
you and Mario both said that. Can y'all please explain to me what you're talking about with that? Because, like you say, entertainment with fundamentals. The Blue Devils are absolutely
PB in 2012.
I mean, we weren't very good either, Mario. We just stunk. That's the difference. The Blue Devils are awesome, and they are fundamentally sound. You hear the Blue Devils? Like, a lot of people think drum corps is boring because on clips it doesn't sound as loud as it is in
Rick,
person.
they're entertaining, bro.
yeah.
What are you talking about? They're really entertainment. They're creative with their field shows. The music is entertaining. They're entertaining, bro. That's the difference. People playing whack music, whack field shows, and then saying, "Oh, we playing with balance and blend." Bro, you just admit, if you can't arrange, say that.
So, Chief said it, basically. I mean, you can't compare the Blue Devils. I mean, the number one drum corps just about every other year. So, but but in the field that we operate in, it has to have a sense of entertainment. So what I was merely saying was, are you willing to, quote unquote, sacrifice your cranking and bad arrangements and, like you said, cross voicing for the fact of, will this affect my students in the long run? If you're willing to do that, well, yeah, you don't believe in fundamentals. You don't have a standard. So do fundamentals matter? Yeah, it absolutely matters. But like I'm learning as I'm getting older as a teacher and with these younger generation of kids, I have to change my teaching style to keep them, first of all, in the seat, to even continue learning the fundamentals that are properly, but I have to entertain them as well. So it's like we being, pulled 30 different ways in the same aspect of teaching fundamentals, but I still got to appease them to still sit in the seat. So do fundamentals matter overall? Yes. But the question is, how can I make those fundamentals palatable, not only for my students, but for the people in the crowd too? So fundamentals do matter. Mario took all my shit.
My bad, man.
Come on. So you actually brought up a very interesting thing, and I'm really not going to attack it on this show. I'm gonna save it really for next show, because it's something that I've really been thinking about. But that thing is, there is a difference between what's happening in the secondary realm versus the HBCU realm that we don't talk about. And like I said, that's why I said we'll talk about it on next week. So just hold your thoughts on that, because I know Rick feels a way about that. I know Mario feels a way about that. We didn't have plenty of conversations about that. And I don't know where you stand yet, Quan, but it's definitely something that I want to talk about. But to come back to this conversation, just hearing all three of you go at it, and then Maya had her little spurt in there. My question is, when it comes to being fundamental, when it comes to your fundamentals, right, especially from the HBCU standpoint, is there a point to where you may feel like worrying about fundamentals will make you sound MEAC-ish. Think about it. Now,
What?
let me make sure that I say this. I don't believe in that terminology, right? But it's like we always say, right? When a band sounds good, it's too MEAC, right? They MEAC-ish. But in most cases, when you're talking fundamentals, that's generally what people say. So kind of going back to what Quan said, is it the fact that they don't know fundamentals, or is it they fear being labeled as MEAC-ish?
It's almost like people calling saying somebody sounds MEAC-ish is like an insult. Do y'all realize
It is though. And in our culture, it is.
No, it's not, because all the people from the MEAC be like, thank you.
Well,
Because go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Quan.
Okay, so
I got an opinion on too. Go ahead, Quan.
Okay, so for me, because I'm I marched in the SWAC, it was thrown as an insult. And it wasn't, we never hated on the sound of the MEAC. We felt like they were boring. I think that's the aspect. Like, prime example, I think $1 Million Funk Squad Real Talk is one of the cleanliest drum sections on the face of the planet. But I feel at times they're boring. Real talk. If you look at when I marched for PV, when it was the box, no slight to MSD or anything like that, like it was like, what are they going to do next? Like, we got the Jack in the Box hats. We putting people through tables, which is the SmackDown show. Like we putting on afros. We doing different things. Like, it was a entertainment show. And then in the stands, we could play. You know what I'm saying? So we had the best of both worlds. So when we said MEAC-ish, it wasn't an insult, because everybody has to pay homage to FAMU. I don't care what you say. If you're a musician and you understand and you study bands, you got to give your due respect to FAMU. When it came to Norfolk, everybody said that y'all had a big sound. Over the years now, as of lately, everybody give their prop and just due to NCAT for bringing the best of both worlds with their shows. So the only thing we were saying was that to sound MEAC-ish, man, you was boring as shit. That's the only difference. You sound great, but I may doze off on you. That was really about it.
I agree. To wrap that up, I just think it's more so the difference between hit them with a little Flight of the Bumblebee versus Morris Brown on the other side. Like really getting to it. That's really, from my perspective and what I know, that's really just the difference between the two. It has no bearing on intonation and things of that nature. It's just very much entertainment value versus marches and shit like that.
I.e., prime example, when FAMU played Southern, I believe it was like 2007. When they had that vice versa battle, it was like, Southern, yeah, like they crunk, and then FAMU was like, yeah. It's like, bro, y'all friendly.
But the thing about it, Quan, is this, and Julian and I and Mario and I have talked about this all the time. And Chief, I know I'm sorry to jump in, bro. I'm gonna shut up quick, I promise. When MEAC bands play SWAC bands, it's like this bourgeoisie approach to band. They think they're gonna go in there and out musician you. That's what happens with FAM. Every time they play a band in the SWAC that comes with that power that you're talking about, they hit you with that Elsa's, they hit you with 3,000 marches. They try to play, we call it playing the smartest kid in the classroom thing. Oh, we're gonna outsmart you, because they feel like they're the most musical thing in the room. And then it be sounding bad, and the crowd like, oh my God, here we go with the fans.
Peasants. Right. We have arrived.
Peasants.
Right. So go ahead, Chief, man. But yeah, go ahead, bro. You said you had an opinion.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I mean, my view of that is similar to what you just said. I don't have I don't know, man. I feel like a lot of MEAC bands would do the same thing as SWAC bands if they had the numbers. I feel like people be trying to fake. They be trying to act like when you talk about me, when people said MEAC, they were really only talking about Bethune, Fam, and Norfolk. Because prior to, as we were totally swagger jack, like somebody said in the comments from A&T, Norfolk was definitely Norfolk, old Norfolk when we marched. That ain't old Norfolk, but 2000s era, early 2000s Norfolk. Don't be laughing, Quan. and then that later A&T, that looks like Norfolk. They be doing the 4-count turnarounds, and the drill situation looks similar. Now they went a step further. They did. But what I'm saying is that when you saw A&T prior to 2004, they were the big band, the small band with a big sound.
They look like a SWAC band.
Right. So I don't even know who we talking about. Howard, old school. Howard was a Southern grad. Like,
Southern
what are we talking about? Like, nobody even talked about, I don't even remember Morgan State. I don't know nothing about 90s Morgan, so you have to like fill me in. I'm sorry, whatever. But you think about South Carolina State, they were similar too, like aggressive playing. So when you say MEAC, you're really only talking about Fam, Bethune, and then Norfolk State. Like, that's about it. And so, and people from Norfolk have admit, yeah, sometimes the shows are boring. That's not nothing brand new. That ain't nothing brand new. So, but when you say, when people say like, oh, is that an insult? I think it's just not even a correct. You're not labeling the whole MEAC. You're just talking about a couple bands. So you may as well just say the school you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? If you're saying you want to sound like Fam or whatever, you're going to sound like Bethune. You're trying to sound like whatever. But that's, I don't know. I don't say it a whole MEAC because the whole MEAC ain't the same at all.
And then Mario, tell them too. Me, you, and Julian will openly admit,
right,
when we were in the band, we were not good in the stands. We were terrible.
We didn't even practice it.
We didn't work on it.
We had one day a week where we practiced stand music. One day. That's it.
Not good.
I was curious about what Maya was about to say because what were you about to say, Maya?
I don't even know if it really much matters. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying, like, that's unrealistic because at the end of the day, the SWACers, the SWACkies, the persons of the SWAC, they don't care. They don't care. Just like if we're talking about black people, right? If I say something about one black person, all black people are not put on the same umbrella. It's the same thing. Nobody in the SWAC really cares about the MEAC because if we're comparing levels, it doesn't compare. Is it the right way? Is it the wrong way or whatever? It doesn't compare. So nobody cares. And it's nothing more than that. The MEAC will never compare to the SWAC per the SWAC's levels and the way the SWAC reigns supreme. You want to talk about the Kangs? Kangs are SWAC. Everybody else, you're just happy to be here.
How about y'all tell somebody they sound SEAC? Because
Hoops is what people are going to say. You really talking about
CIAA. Y'all sound real CIAA. That's an insult.
But see, but that's the thing though. Like that's the thing, Rick. It's like
you know that conference exists.
Exactly. And it's like we forget about the mother schools. Right. And it's like it be the certain chosen ones because isn't Miles in one of those conferences? The SIAC or whatever. So that's what I'm saying. Is like it's conferences like that. I think when it comes, the reason why people compare the two is because the MEAC and the SWAC are the two biggest historical Black college conferences. So, but when it comes to bands, you have more dominant bands in the SWAC. So like Maya said, we're going to act like we the kings. But I thought about this point where Rick said that when a SWAC school battles a MEAC school, the MEAC acts like the smart kid in the crowd. Well, that's the same thing in the SWAC. If that's the case, how people act when they play Southern.
Right.
It's the same thing. It's like, and it kind of goes to that, like y'all was saying, the fundamentals aspect of do you know yourself? And when you're faced with that adversity, can you only be yourself? Because if you be yourself, you'll be the best you. But if you go in there trying to be Southern, you're going to lose. If you go in there trying to be Fam, you're going to lose. Could you imagine if Southern say, I'm going to go to FAMU and we're going to try to play Purple Carnival, like outdo Purple Carnival with them? It's like people going to be like, what the hell is the point? Y'all better crank that vice versa and stop tripping.
Never satisfied. Let's get it.
All right. Dang, I ain't expected to get that deep. I actually was gonna ask something else, but nah, I'm actually hold that probably for another show. All right. So if you just tuning in, welcome everybody to Talk That Talk. We have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about music, music education, band, HBCU band culture, and more. Please make sure as soon as you come in, smash that like button. Go ahead and get these likes up, man. I keep seeing the numbers going up as viewers, and I want to make sure that we are matching these likes, man. So get these likes up. Maz, handle that. I appreciate you guys. Also, make sure that if you are on the YouTube channel, go ahead and subscribe to the network. If you're not watching on YouTube and you're watching on Facebook, head over to the YouTube channel and continue watching and go ahead and subscribe to the network. All right. Also, please know and just please remember that after this last question, I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the comment section so you can call in with us and let your comments in. So all y'all folks, if any of y'all folks in here was on the uncut and y'all had some spice for Rick, I'm gonna go ahead and put that link in there so you're gonna be able to say what you need to say. All right, here we go. Last topic. And actually, this is a twofold, or it goes two ways. Is administration hurting our programs? Is administration hurting our programs? All right, so I'm gonna go two ways on this. First, I want to start with the HBCU spectrum of administration. So, is administration hurting our programs? Quan.
They can. I mean, I know you posted for HBCUs, but even at the secondary level of the high school, even middle school level,
We ain't there yet. We ain't there yet. That's why I just said I want to stick with HBCUs. We're gonna get to the secondary in a minute. That's why right now I'm only on HBCUs.
Well, shit. From what I've seen, I think any administration can hold a program back. If that administration team basically just wants that program to basically be the shucking and jiving entertainment, hey, you bring these people and after you done, go back to your little corner. I mean, yeah. But if they truly care about the students and wanting them to grow in this ensemble as a different outlet outside of athletics, then absolutely, then it's going to grow. So it's at the end of the day, it's predicated on them because they control the dollars, bro.
All right. Is administration? Why can't I say administration? Is administration hurting our programs? Maya.
I mean, I'm very far removed. However, from my experience, yes, because like I said, show and show again, and like they the one that hold the strings. The band is the puppet, and it really puts a hold on. It can put a hold on. Let me speak clearly. It can put a hold on the overall vision of the band staff, the band director, and everything that encompasses it. So yeah, because they don't get it. And what do we always say? It's only a select few people that get it. And more times than not, the administration does not get it. They just the ones that say, here go your money. Or, hey, we need you to bring the excitement to the school. But they don't know what all that encompasses and what all that entails. So they absolutely can because they don't get it. And that's not technically for them to get. Which, anyways, yes, they do. Yes.
Gotcha. All right, Chief, is administration hurting? I said administration, right? Hurting our programs.
Yes, on two levels. The first level, I look at administrations and HBCUs like our programs. The situation as soul food, we make the most out of the least, and that the idea is that once you learn they see that you can make it happen with minimal, they'll just keep giving you minimal because they don't need to give you any more. You showed that you can make it work, so it's okay. That's the one side of it. And the other big side of it is administrations are hurting programs because on the educational side, because they're not requiring these deans to check up on these programs and to make sure there's adequate situations going on in schools. It is a damn shame that some major universities that we spoke about this evening have no professors for instruments. Like people have no trumpets teachers, no instructors for trombone and for baritone. Like that's ridiculous to me. Because your kids paying for it, that's administration fault. That's like somebody got to get fired. There's no way in the hell people are paying money for things and not receiving it. That's that good old boy, just go along to get along type of bullshit. Like back in the day, if your professor was late, everybody was excited about it. But the reality is you're paying for education. Your professor should be there. That only is cool 1 or 2 times. But if that keep happening, you're now missing out on lessons. You don't know what the subject is. And therefore, when you take the practice, you are going to struggle. So that is a part of a structure that's set in place of going along to get along. And I think it's really detrimental to the growth of our program. So administration needs to step up majorly to help our university band programs and university music departments in general.
All right. Rick, is administration hurting our programs?
Having taught at the university level, man, since 2012, I'm gonna spill some tea. Because y'all know I don't work there no more. HBCU band programs are known for doing more with less, like Mario said. But y'all, I'm gonna give you 2 perspectives here. We're also blessed with what we have, because there are many band programs in this country that don't have nearly the resources that we have at HBCUs. And I'm telling you this from experience. A lot of these HBCU band programs have multi-million-dollar budgets. When you put together travel budgets and when you put together scholarships, all that stuff, a lot of these programs are blessed. At PV in particular, because I don't work there no more, ours was not a resource battle. We had excellent resources at PV when it came to finances. Ours was support, like the actual physical support of the administration. There's a lot of overpaid people at PV, y'all. In these positions that are in positions where they make decisions for what that band can do, it's a lot of people in there that are overpaid and underqualified. I mean, I'm just gonna spill the tea. Sorry, I ain't my school. There you go. Thank you, Quan. There's no way in hell that a Battle of the Band should have been in Houston and PV sitting right at home. That wasn't their fault. I ain't even there, and I can tell you that was not their fault. I know they was probably ready to go. But when you have no support, sorry. But when you have no support and you from these positions and people in positions of power, it's kind of hard to run a successful band program. Like I said last week, bands like PV are successful in spite of all the bull that they have to put up with, not having budgets on time, not having the money to get the band in place, but still trying to do things on there. I'm sorry, y'all. This is stuff I dealt with on a regular basis. We show up at the beginning of the school year and the bank account still say 0. But that person that's responsible for that makes $100 and something thousand, and the band staff barely scratching 40, 50. Like, come on, y'all. Like, man, y'all can tell I'm a little saucy on this one. I'm sorry.
But it was like that too, bro.
And it was worse with y'all, Quan, because y'all didn't have the scholarship budget that we had. Y'all scholarship budget was a piece. They told me the stories about how Prof Ed had to go over there and fight just to get $30,000-$40,000, y'all, for a band program. Like, come on, man. Like, PV in particular, the administration stinks. A bunch of overpaid, underqualified people making decisions on things that they don't understand. That's it.
Catch me outside. How about that?
Now I'm with you when you're right, Brownie. I'm with you when you're right now.
Thank you, bro. And I've seen it with my own eyes, bro. Like, low key robbing Peter to pay Paul. You know, I've seen him, take money out of his own pocket to yes, man. To take money out of his own pocket to help people, help kids with their scholarships, or because they don't have it. We used to go to the financial aid 15 deep, and we sitting there like, bro, we about to go home. But I'm pretty sure, just like our story, there's other stories at other historical Black colleges and universities, and that's unfortunate because these students come there with the anticipation of we're going to work for our education, and they get duped sometimes in the end.
But Quan, it's even worse. Like, You go to these administration buildings and they treat you like trash, and then they be the first one sending you a letter telling you to give back to your university. How the hell would I want to give back to that when you cuss me out because y'all don't have my financial aid process? Bruh, I'm in the doctoral program at UConn right now. I get my refund check before the school year even starts because they own it, man. They have that stuff processed. They know who owes money, who doesn't. You get your money before school even start. HBCU is November of first semester, and you just now getting your refund check. That was notorious at Norfolk State.
Get that on second semester for real.
Right. And then you go over there and ask a question, and they cuss you out. Like, lady, you don't know me. You wouldn't talk to me like that on the street. But because you know I'm a student and I need you, you think you can disrespect me.
Well, I'm gonna say this, and I'm blessed because the same people that was like the kind of like the band chaperones and sponsors, we had a set of them that worked in financial aid too. I never forget. Her name is Miss Anderson. If it wasn't for Miss Anderson, I wouldn't have graduated from Prairie View. Miss Guillory, another one. So I think that's, Prophet kind of set some of those systems up. But like you just hear the horror stories. I mean, I have a master's degree as well. And not being ugly, the financial aid at PWI is like Chick-fil-A, bro. It's straight up. It's I
typically don't give my opinion, but on that one, you 100% because Texas Tech took care of me, boy.
You know what I'm saying? And they'll tell you, hey, you might want to split this up like this because you'll have a little more on the back end. Well, you know what? Thank you, ma'am. Like, thank you. Like, I mean, but it's unfortunate, but the only justification that I ever heard for the financial aid situations at music programs as well as at HBCUs was that at these PWIs, 5% of the student population is on financial aid when they can the remaining 95 can pay out of pocket, where that's reverse at HBCUs where 95% is on financial aid and then only 5% can actually pay. And then that type of work, you don't have that many workers. And a lot of them, they may not have majored in business finances. They just got their little certificate and they just studying. So
yeah, they just got a random job. I always thought, why don't the schools trying to promote within, people who are from those situations, who have that, who felt that pain of waiting in the long financial aid lines. Why is it that everybody knows that experience from every HBCU? You know what I'm saying? Right now, we're talking about administrations. Howard right now is already they were outside protesting and stuff because they have mold all over the rooms. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's ridiculous. The one reason, and I mentioned them earlier in a negative way, but I'm gonna say this on the positive end. Well, not positive, but just kind of in support of him. They don't have a lot of money in that scholarship budget to build that band program at one of the most known HBCUs in the country. At Howard University, they should be at least 200 piece. At least 200 piece at that band. But they don't get the money. They don't get support. That's ridiculous. That school don't like to pay for nothing.
All right. Here we go. So now we're moving the bar. We're taking it down from the HBCU to the secondary. So is administration hurt? And see, I messed it up again. Is administration hurting our programs? Secondary. Since Chief, you finished. Chief, you go ahead and start.
Yeah, I would say it just depends on your school, man. It depends on your region, your school, who the superintendent of education is, of music for your district. All that stuff is predicated on that. And I know I find for me that the vice principal in my building who's assigned to my department is the most important person to me, because the principal can okay things, but they don't usually deal with me directly. I mean, now, yeah, but because I have a different situation. But through most of my years of teaching, it was always like a vice principal I talked to. And if that person is coming in and giving you observations and they don't understand what they're looking at, they're absolutely ignorant to what it's like to run a music classroom. That most just decent band directors have more differentiated instruction than most teachers in the building. But because you don't know what it's supposed to look like, when you come in, you hear a bunch of sounds, you don't know that I've assigned different things and I got timers going and I'm moving around. So I'm looked at in a negative light as like I'm teaching at a magnet school, and I'm like almost a throwaway class. It wasn't until I started to kind of really push the issue and get the community involved to where I started to get support in what I was doing. And I had parents going in saying, you cannot do this to this band program. He's doing great, da, 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 da. And that was how I started to get more support and advocacy for what I was doing. But it can vary, man. Just right down the street from me, another high school, they don't have a director at all. The kids come in and sit with a sub the whole time. They get no music education, none. It's a high school. So, I mean, it varies, man. And I'm in Newark. So when you go up north, the conditions are, let's focus on STEM instead of STEAM. We don't care about the arts. So it depends on where you are.
All right. I don't know if you may have a lot on this one, Maya, but you good?
And don't. I was just going to say, I have no insight, intel, or resources. So I'll be the first to say that I'll let y'all have it, but I can assume not. I can assume that the fine arts programs are not being given the resources and allocated the financials that are necessary, but I could be wrong. But I have no dog in this fight. I have no clue.
Respect. No respect. We understand. All right, Rick. Is administration hurting our programs on the secondary level?
I taught, just to give a disclaimer, I taught middle and high school for 7 years before I went to the collegiate level in 2012. First thing to remember before I give my answer is that district-wide allocations are based on who pays taxes in those communities. So when you are talking about allocation of resources, first and foremost, when you have more affluent areas, the reason why their programs are usually more funded is because people in those areas pay more taxes. I mean, that's just facts. All right, so just putting that out there. When it comes to administration support of a band program, there aren't really many financially. There aren't no districts pump money into the band program. Where you start to see allocation differences is with the big schools, like you talking about schools like Avon and Carmel, all these big schools like in Indiana. Those kids are paying like $1,100 in band fees. So all that money goes straight into hiring the best staff, having the right equipment, having the resources to be able to do those things and compete at a high level. The students take private lessons. Money, y'all, is what holds back band programs. Because there are a lot of great band directors at these HBCU style programs. I always bring up Minor High School. Minor High School is an HBCU style program, and they sound amazing. I don't know what their community makeup is, but the fact of the matter is they're a good school. So I think that with all the factors that go in when you talk about administration, financially, no administration gives the main budget to a band program. They'll give you money to buy some music, buy a few instruments and so forth, but that really comes from other resources and paying into the budget. I think the part where I know for a fact that a lot of administrations don't support these programs is the actual support of what you do as a band director. Like how hard it is for you to be up there from 7 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock at night. Like Quan probably still, I think you at work right now, Quan. Like what it entails to do the job of a band director, to going the extra mile, being away from your family, making the ultimate sacrifice for some kids that aren't even yours because you do care. And I think that that's where you really see the breakdown of support is that administrations. My principal, when I taught middle school was over at 3:20. He was gone by 4. I was still there having after school band practice. You know what I'm saying? So just because I wanted my band program to be great. So I think that's where you see the biggest breakdown is the actual support from the person saying, I support the work that you do, and actually recognizing these band directors that make the ultimate sacrifice to do what they do. And I know y'all thought my answer was going to be different because I'm always seem to be the antithesis to everybody on the staff. But I think there is definitely instances where administrations don't support the band program. So yes.
All right, Quan. Is administration hurting our programs on the secondary level?
Like I was saying earlier, it can help and hurt. Just bottom line. If you have an administrator that understands what bands can do at and do for a school in a positive manner, that supports you, like Rick said and Chief said, then yes, it will definitely help. Shout out to, he's like a little brother, but he's like a brother to me. He teaches at St. Helena. We call him Fry, Mellow Fry. But that's an example of a supported middle school, high school program that administration, they've built that school. They built that program, honestly, revamped it from the ground up. And that's an awesome school in St. Helena, Louisiana. Now, administration can affect, Rick said, finances. I'm gonna go another route. We haven't even talked about scheduling. Like, that's some of the biggest part of it. You can recruit and get 80 kids, and then out of the 80, 15 may actually be in band class. So you're literally only allowed to have, excuse me, band practice as your class. That's something that honestly a lot of us deal with. Scheduling conflicts kills us. And then you may have the parents and all of that stuff, or well, they can't stay after school and yada yada yada. I mean, it's so many layers to it. But an administration, when you was talking about finances, there's a district in Texas that is called a non-centralized district. So basically all of the funds go to the principal. So the principal is judge, jury, and executioner on how he wants to spend the funds. And honestly, if he's not a supporter of the arts, you're not going to get nothing. You badly can get drum heads in certain instances. I never forget, in this particular non-centralized district, I interviewed for this job. And I asked, so what's the budget? The person literally told me, you have the autonomy to raise funds however you see fit. I say, so there's no budget? No, there's not. What's in the account? There is nothing. When was the last time y'all bought instruments? 10 years ago. So you have some people that's walking into situations like this, and they expect you to build a band because they had a band legacy back in the day. But if your administration on any level doesn't care for your program, it's going to hit a glass ceiling.
But is it Quan? Can I ask you this? Because I know you're a high school band director now.
Mm-hmm.
When we say don't care, do we mean they don't care because they don't financially support? Because like we brought it up a couple of times on the show. Like I'll put the disclaimer. I actually have a degree in educational leadership. The thing I always realize, like that people don't always realize about how principals make decisions on money, is the reason why STEM and all these things are so big is because if your state accepted the No Child Left Behind money, then you have to be able to pass those tests in order to receive that money from the government. Like that is a prerequisite for getting that money. So on top of the money, like the state gives you like per student and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So when you say don't care, like I'm just talking about your experiences. Mm-hmm. Is it because they don't financially support, or is it what I was saying when I said that actually showing you that they care?
It's a bit of both, because all of us that have been directors, regardless if it was dance or band, that money is a big part in it. Like, first of all. Mm-hmm. And then the second part of that is the scheduling. Like there's only so much that I can do at a 2-hour practice after school, if I'm allowed 2 hours. So I mean, it's a little bit of both. And then two, you have some administrators who are just merely oblivious of what it takes to run a program. You cannot run a program on a stick of gum and a shoestring, bro. Like, it doesn't go like that. There's a particular school, another high school that I was working at. When I arrived, I mean, instruments beat up, and I was like, hey, can I get more instruments? The administrator told me, you are not getting a new instrument until you build the band. And I was like, well, how can I build if I don't have the instruments? And like you were saying earlier with the financial aid situation, we make a lot with less. So I'm literally having kids buzz on mouthpieces before we even get the instruments. And then a nonprofit organization blessed us with $5,000. So I went to the nearest like instrument rental place and rented all the instruments full semester so that the following year that they could actually buy the instruments. Now, regardless if it's affluent or not, you shouldn't have to go through that as a teacher. Like you shouldn't have to make miracles like that as a teacher. Just support me as an educator first. The finances and stuff, I understand. You could make it shake, but come on, it's like some of the horror stories, and of course we've all shared. Some of that is a reflection of education, and in my opinion, specifically in urban areas, like that's the problem. And so you run great band directors to the affluent areas or completely out the education field by some of the expectations that they don't want us to do. It's a little bit of both, bro.
Okay. All right. Well, very good topics, very good responses from everybody. Got a guest coming in. First guest. Kai, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's good? What's good? You doing all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Hey, what's going on, everybody?
My man, what's up, Car?
What's up with you, brother?
I first and foremost have to say, because I am not a person from an HBCU, didn't march an HBCU band, nothing like that. I had because y'all always talk about the SWAC and the MEAC and stuff like that. I had to go ahead and talk to my best friend Eric Prince about what those are and stuff like that. But the thing is, one of the things that I told him is that I love the passion, and the fact that you could speak about things that are like from 10 years before about like, like you remember this. There are other people who can't do that, and stuff like that. So, I mean, I just see that's amazing. So thank you very much for that.
I mean, but to be honest with you, Car, that's a big part of the initiation into these bands is knowing like what Darrell brought up on that show. Like I can't teach Juke can't teach somebody how to be a Juke. That's like part of that's the part on top of what we do at HBCUs, on top of the music and the drill and all that, is learning the history of the Dizzy. Like Mario, Mario, they look at him as being like the beginning of the Norfolk State baritone section, because when I first came into Norfolk State band, baritone was a punishment.
Yep.
I'm dead serious. Dr. Sanford, y'all.
It really was.
Mario,
It really was.
Look at Mario. Like Mario gets triggered when I tell this story, bro, because it's the truth. When I first got and even Mario freshman year, before he was section leader, Dr. Sanford would go down the line in the clarinet section. I'll never forget this. The girl Tori she played clarinet. Or saxophone. Doc would go down the line and he would do this card. He would say, "Why you don't know the music?" And then they would say whatever the reason is. You know what? I had enough. Go get a baritone. That was how that conversation went. And we all up there laughing at Mario and them. And Mario sitting there like having to hold it. Like,
people have no idea, man. No idea.
Bro. Am I lying?
Man, you have no idea, man. The stuff that I dealt with in that section, man, you have no idea. Just going to be honest, going there on the level I was playing as I came into college, being prepared for competition, wanting to advance my level of musicianship in all areas. I came in, by the end of my freshman year, I was already leading the section. By the spring, I was literally the section leader. And then in concert band, I was principal clarinetist. I wasn't playing lead alto because I was Rob Simmons. Thank God for him. Somebody to learn from. You're a freshman in college. You need to come in and be able to learn. So I think the biggest thing is that you remember all these things. I mean, you go back and especially as an educator, as a music educator, you're gonna be the things that you shape in terms of your new program. You remember how things were for you, the good and the bad, and the ugly, and you have to put all those things together and try to create what it is that you want your kids to experience in a positive way, and do the best you can to try to form a new path for them, man, and not give them the same experiences you had.
So, like, basically, what I wanted to really talk about, though, is what your last point, you guys, because, like Rick, I have a master's degree in ed leadership, and I actually work in I actually work as an administrator for Fraternity Story Life, at the University of North Texas. And the thing is that, like, it's to me, it almost is like the same type of word between, as you guys were saying, support. To me, it's more of an advocation that people are searching for. Is that, like, not only advocating for the students, but just as important, and actually to me more important, advocating for the teachers. Like, if like a teacher needs, as I'm hoping I'm saying it right, Quan.
Yeah.
You know, like, okay. You know, like you said, you need instruments, right? You know, like, okay. You know, like, okay. Say I can't get you a full line of instruments. Maybe I can get you some. Maybe I can get you some money or something like that. Because obviously you said it's something that you are going to need for your band program to continue to move forward. Then guess what? That's what needs to happen. I need to ask for that. If I can't if the whole thing can't happen, then cool. Or at least put it on the radar, you know, that this is something that can happen in the future. You know, but that's a lot of times that's not what happens. People go ahead, if they don't get the whole thing, kind of like when you can't pay all your bills, you know what, like, then you just don't pay nothing at all. You know, that's what some people do. But the thing is, you need to go ahead and take off a little bit on that thing. It's the same thing, in my opinion, on that one.
Definitely agreed. That's a good administrator, trying to do the best they can to try to make things better in any way they can.
And Mario, you can't, you know, I think he came on here because he another one of y'all frat brothers.
06, baby. 06.
Right.
All day. It started with the A.
You already know. You already know.
Mess.
All right, bro. Appreciate you, man.
All right, now. Appreciate
the support, man.
Check y'all out.
All
right.
06, bro.
All right, 06.
Yeah, man. You know,
hey, you know what's crazy though for that?
The Kings.
That's it, Drew.
Yeah.
No, it's
Nice.
like
You already know it.
What's crazy is I never, at that particular school, that administration still never bought an instrument. I had received those instruments from Mr. Hollins Opus grant.
I was about to say some grants. That's about all you have. Donors
True.
Choose, Hollins Opus, all
But
that
see,
stuff is the
Quan,
way to get it.
But see, Quan, that's the difference between you, Chief, and Julian, and a lot of other band directors. Y'all said, okay, this door is closed. And this is my point that I always tried to make in some of our previous conversations. Okay, you say this door is closed. Okay, I'm going to find this door, and I'm going to find that door. So many times, man, band directors get discouraged and shut down. Okay, they not helping me. F this, man. I'll go to the big school, like you said. Mr. Thorne, I'm sure that at Willow Ridge, when he got there, you know, I'm sure Willow Ridge always had a decent program, but he was able to find ways to take that program to the next level. You know what I'm saying? And that's, to me, that's why I always say band directors are the key. The leadership is the key. You have to have a visionary that can look like what Mario is doing. I can't wait to public because I'm going to make sure I put my money where my mouth is. Mario said that door is closed. Okay. Boom. So I think that's the next part, Quan, that we need to talk about is how can we help, especially young band directors, find those other resources when this door gets closed in front of them. And I think that's important.
I realized that all band directors' jobs are not created equal.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I've learned that. I've been blessed to teach in public school, charter school system, but those jobs are not created equal. Right. And the bottom line, I do agree with you, brother Rick, big brother Rick, that you got to find a way. But sometimes it's just so arduous, no lie, because you're he's stupid because you're looking at stuff from the perspective of like it may not even be an affluent district, but it could be a district that strive to do things that's in the right way. They just try to do what's right. That it's like, bro, just give me a budget. Like, you want me to eat this rare porterhouse steak and I don't even have a knife and a fork and you done took out my teeth and you still telling me you better chew it. It's like, that's hard, bro. That's hard. I'm not gonna lie, but I see a lot. That's why a lot of people have that burnout because of so much what we go through. So,
But what, like Maya, I know you know this, Maya. Look at what these ladies and guys are doing and gentlemen are doing with these dance things, man. Like we had a topic about seeing all these pop-up dance studios. The fact of the matter is these people eating and they finding a way to get back into what they love to do at these schools. Like Maya, what do you think? Like you see all these different people that danced in line. They might not even been the best dancers in their line, but hey, they making money off it.
There's a market for everything and everyone. I'll just leave it at that. There's a market for everything. But no, absolutely. Like, all you need is one.
I'm gonna say this. And like I said, I typically don't give my opinions because I'm still over here doing other things. But one of the things that just popped into my head is the fact that I don't ever really disagree with you, Rick, on the standpoint of doing the job, right? Because like you're gonna have to do the work. At the end of the day, you're gonna have to do the work. But at some point, I just always believe in my personal opinion, and I can be horribly wrong in this, right? But at some point, if every year you're doing the same thing, right? You're still arguing with the same principle, or in a lot of cases, a new principle, because that principle ain't staying there, right? So you're arguing the same argument that you had with an old principle with a new principle to get the same kind of results and funding and the things that you need for your program. Of course you're going to get burnt out, right? And then yes, that's when directors do seek these different places or these better situations, or they do leave or they do just leave the profession altogether, right? Because they see no end to this excessive work that they have to continuously do. Because and I posed this question the other on the other day. Was there ever a point, and I don't know this, and unfortunately Mr. Thornton's not alive for me to ask this question, right? But was there ever a time when band directors just taught band? Like, yeah, you may have your work, but was the work to the extent of what it is now on the secondary level? And I'm always wondering that, right? Because when we look at it, we remember our band directors as high schoolers or whatever, and we saw them be able to get in front of the band program and to infect us and inspire us in a certain way, right? But I always see now, just being in the profession, that there are a lot of people who are spending more time doing these things that Quan is talking about and that Mario has talked about, the advocating, and like Mario said in one show, kissing babies, and they're doing it every single year. It's not like it's a point to where, all right, here it gets a little bit better. Like they're doing it every year. So that's kind of where I always, put a couple of questions out at.
But think about it, how Dr. Sanford, remember when me and you talked to Dr. Sanford in San Antonio a couple of years ago, and he was telling us about his experiences at Pittsburgh and Minnesota.
I halfway remember that. We had a little liquor.
But let y'all know very quickly, Dr. Sanford was our band director in college. Dr. Sanford never got on the podium. He may have hit that national anthem. That was about it. Dr. Sanford didn't work none of that music.
My first, my last.
Right. He was always behind the scenes making sure the Legion moved forward.
We got to squeeze the juice out of the note. That's probably as much as you get.
Right. You are not going to be a middle of the road button. You're not going to be a middle of the road button. I don't care what we do. But yeah, man, like he never got on the podium. So but talking to him in my adult life now that I'm a band director, he told us, he was like, Rick, the game was different coming up for us. Because when he was coming up, Dr. Sanford graduated in the mid 60s. So for him, he was still dealing with segregation. And for those of you that don't know, Dr. Sanford was like the first Black band director at the University of Minnesota. And I think the University of Pittsburgh. So he was
just powerhouse whites PWI.
Both. He was the first.
Yep. Powerhouse PWI, period.
Blazing the way for people.
A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't know that.
Blazing the trail for people like me. And think about that. Shout out to Dr. Sanford, y'all. For those that don't know, Doc lost one of his sons. So keep him in y'all prayers, man. Dr. Sanford been going through. So just send a prayer up for Dr. Sanford. But that man was blazing the trail so that we could have conversations like this. And I know how that feels, man, working at a predominantly white institution now. And I thank him for it. And Dr. Sanford and I used to beef all the time when I was in the band. But when I have an issue now, I call Dr. Sanford. Because I know A, it's coming from a position of love and respect, but B, I know he's walked the trail that I'm now walking, in this field, man. So I think, Julian, what you just brought up is important. We need to be talking to these elders, man, and these ancestors, man, they ain't ancestors yet, but trying to learn the experiences of these ancestors, man, because they are the ones that's going to show us how to do this, A, at a high level, and B, be able to pass that down to the young people coming after us.
All right, cool. Don't see anybody else in here, so hey, if you still want to get in with us, Robin has continued to put the link in there. Appreciate you, Robin. But we need to go ahead and get to some of these things we need to talk about. I actually want to start with Chief on this one, man. He has something great coming up, and I want to make sure that we support him. So, Chief, go ahead, take it away, bro.
Man, thank you, bro. So my marching band, man, the Legion of Boom marching band, at Science Park High School in Newark, man, we are raising money right now to take an HBCU tour in April during our spring break. Our goal is to raise $10,000. So this is our first fundraiser. We have a lot of supporters in the area right now. People just trying to get behind us, man, and like support the idea that these kids, it's not about them necessarily even going to HBCUs. It's about them getting exposure. Some of them never even been out of Newark, man. And I think it's so important for our kids to get exposure to different things. I have a really new and young group that I'm working with now. The link is I sent it to you in the email, Julian. Can you post it in the chat for everybody? So just in case, if you guys are interested, this is a Double Good. I don't know if anybody's familiar. It's a popcorn sale. You probably have already bought popcorn from like 1,000 people already, but just buy 1,001. I need you to get one more bag or one more canister or whatever. Popcorn is delicious if you have not had it. And this is going towards a great purpose for us. Just like we were talking about, when you see one door closed, you got to find another way to open up another one, man. I'm not going to stop. I'm like real Diddy with this, man. Can't stop, won't stop. I'm going to make it happen. These kids need support. They need new equipment. They need to be able to move and see. And I know if it wasn't for Miss Allen, shout out to Miss Allen, Sharon Allen, my Detroit GOAT, man. If it wasn't for Miss Allen, man, I wouldn't have had experiences. I would have never gone to Norfolk. I didn't even know Norfolk State existed. She took us to Southern, took us to Jackson, took us to Norfolk, took us to Tennessee State, like took us to different places. We got to see all these things, and all her kids went off to college and did great, man. And all I'm trying to do, and my son asked me, he says, "Why do you teach?" I teach because I got to pay it forward. No other reason. I got to pay it forward. I love music. A whole bunch of people love music, but I got to pay it forward. So that's what we're trying to do right now is get these kids the same opportunity that a lot of us I've had. And that's what it's all about. So appreciate you can donate if you want to buy something, man. Thank you so much for the time, y'all.
All right, cool. Hold up. I put the link in the chat. Maz, can we make sure that we kind of get that around? Appreciate y'all.
Much appreciate everybody.
That caramel popcorn is awesome.
He goes crazy, sir.
Look at here.
Bro.
Look
I'm
at
buying 2 bags real talk right now.
Appreciate it, dog.
I promise to God.
That caramel popcorn is off the chain, bro.
It's the devil. It's the devil.
I'm not even gonna lie, bro. All right, Rick. I know I keep putting this joint up, man. You never gave me another joint for it, but there you go. Boom, you got it.
No, that's literally still the fly. That's how it is on the actual website as well. So this Saturday, y'all, at 2:00 at Prairie View A&M University will be the first of many show style U.S. band competitions sponsored by Blue Devils Entertainment and U.S. bands, as well as Prairie View A&M Marching Storm. We have about 6 to 8 bands registered right now. I can't remember. I think it's either 6 or 8. But some great bands going to be there, y'all. So with 6 and 8 bands, you ain't going to be there all day. You get to come out. You get to support our people, both financially and as we've said all night, just being advocates for our kids, man. So come out and support. You can buy tickets online now. They actually have the link live. So go ahead and do that if you want to. It's through US Band. So just go to US Band's website and look at the schedule. And then also this weekend, if you come, you can meet me or Maya or Julian. We're going to be in the building. And Quan, you going to be there too, Quan?
I'll be there.
We'll all be in the building. Chief said he ain't flying down. It costs too much. So,
yeah, we got a game this weekend, and my kids at a trick or treat, dog.
Right.
And
so,
I got a gig on Sunday night.
Oh yeah, it's tight. So yeah, if you want to meet 4 of the 5 of the talk crew, then come down and say hi to us, man. Be nice. If you want to give me that smoke, come on, I'm ready. But yeah, just be nice, and I'll be nice to you. But yeah, man, that's where we are, y'all, and I can't wait to meet some of y'all.
So I'm gonna say 2 things. First of all those people who had that smoke, they ain't trying to talk to you, because they don't have anything tangible to stand on. They just want they 2 seconds of fame just so they can hate. But the one thing I will say is, man, please make sure that we support this, man. We've been fighting really hard to be able, especially in the Texas area, to be able to do what we do and feel comfortable doing it without being lambasted or being told that this is not acceptable, right? So let's make sure that we support this, not only this weekend, but every time that we see this come up, especially because it's US bands. And then I'm gonna also say this. I'm sorry, HBCUs, we need to follow suit. We need to stop acting like, we can just go in here and just have these exhibitions. It makes no sense that these high school programs can be judged, but then we refuse to be the quote unquote elite programs, but we refuse to be judged. Right.
And don't make excuses because the white schools are getting judged. It's called the Sutler Trophy. We can apply for that Sutler Trophy just like they can.
Mm-hmm.
You think your band the best? Put the application in.
Fam won it.
Yeah. Fam won it. Exactly. Yeah. Fam won it. Yeah. Stop saying you the king. Actually go and prove it. Here we go.
Yeah. So let's make sure that we support this. And like I said, HBCUs, let's make sure we follow suit. All right. I want to make sure that we talk about exclusively HBCU, exclusive HBCU. Quan wore that extra dope hoodie. So Quan, you want me to talk about it? You got it.
We could both do it. Go to the website exclusively HBCU. She's a Sarah. Shout out to Derica. Her and our partners, all of them are HBCU graduates. Go check out their website. They have dope, Divine 9, apparel, as well as dope and degree. I mean, it's just fly. Red Talk. Go support it. Black owned business. Go support our own.
All right, and finally, my wife keeps telling me that I need to get another picture, but that's the only picture he sent me, so that's the one that's gonna go up. All right, so please make sure you get your all seasoning. Ain't no food that great unless you put some all seasoning in it. All right, a little love. Make sure you put it in there. I'm telling you, hey man, I'm gonna support my LB, bro, because that seasoning is off the chain. If you ain't tried that
Cajun seasoning,
huh?
You got some Cajun one?
I think he just did one. I think it was either a Cajun one or a seafood one. He'll probably hit me with the text daddy in like a couple of seconds because he's watching and texting me at the same time. So, but yeah, he definitely has some top notch seasoning. So please make sure you go and pick up a seasoning, a little love, all seasoning. All right, cool. All right, I think it's time to get out of here. We still have the after party. If you're staying for the after party, you can stay for the after party. I know Quan got to hit that road. His wife gonna tell him bring you home, unless he want to hit us from the cell phone. But we got that after party coming up. But before we get out of here, you always know how we do it. Let's start with Chief. Anything that you got for the culture? Any final words? Oh, he talking to the baby. All right, then let's go Quan. Then. Go. Let's go Quan.
Hey, I've never done this thus far, but I want to thank my marching band members. I'm gonna share this link with them and tell them look at it. To my high school students, thank you for honestly trusting me to be your band director. We've progressed a lot this year. We still have a lot to do. We have not arrived, and we playing one of our rivals tomorrow. Let's be prepared. Let's finish this year strong. Start concert season. Start auditioning for these scholarships and go to the next level. Shout out to the Marching Proud of Sunnyside, Evan E. Worthing High School.
All right. Rick, any final words, anything for the culture?
Yeah, y'all, please come out like Julian said and support this battle, man. I get so tired of our bands going to like UIL and other competitions, and they have to change their personality, their style, everything to be in these things, and then the next thing you know, they're getting bashed by these judges because they don't do what those other bands are doing. So please come out and support this, and as I always do and say, support Black businesses, man. Support Black culture. Support anything Black. We need one another. Chief, I put my money where my mouth is. I just paid my $30 for this expensive popcorn for
Much
your program. So,
Much appreciated, bro.
right. So y'all click the link in the bio. Support my boys band, man, and just do better by each other, man. We are Black people. We don't survive without each other, man. So do that.
All right.
Hey, keep me out the building. I gotta go.
His reaction was the best. He was like,
Say, I'm out, y'all. My people.
I gotta go too, man. My daughter is
in the building.
I gotta go.
Okay.
All right, y'all. Good night.
Cool.
Love y'all, man.
All right, brother. Oh, I'm sorry.
What's good, Mom?
There we go. There we go. All
I
right,
was like,
Maya,
that
what
was
you
kind
got?
of close. I was like, damn, let me back up.
Yeah, you saw
I
the
mean-
chorus.
Hmm?
Got it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, per usual, conversation was great. Every episode we're getting greater. If y'all want to come out, please come out this weekend. Let's have some good, safe fun in the name of band culture. But yeah, put your money where your mouth is. Reach one, teach one, all of that.
The usual. The usual.
Definitely.
And finally, for me, one thing I'm going to say is I definitely want to say I appreciate everybody who's continuing to rock with us, everybody who's continuing to watch the videos. Make sure that every time that you go into one of our videos, if you go back and watch any of our live shows or any of the clips, make sure you hit the like button. Also, subscribe to the network. One of the things that we were talking about earlier when it came to administration, you know, and I really felt the need to bring that up from the HBCU level as well as the secondary level. A lot of people don't know. If you don't know, Tuskegee band members are threatening to strike because they feel that they need some more support. So there's a lot of things going on as it relates to support, and we want to make sure that we want to have these conversations to bring these things out in the open, because it's not just our little situations that we're dealing with. It's a lot of people who are having these problems and having these issues, and they want to be heard as well. So we have these conversations for a reason, right? Even if I put these clips up and y'all got all these things to say, even if I go put it in all these Facebook groups and all that kind of stuff, if you got everything to say on the Facebook group, come on over and let's actually have the conversation. These one-liners and gifts and all that kind of stuff, all that's funny and cute, but let's have some real conversations, some substantiated conversations. All right. I don't really have anything else. Once again, I appreciate everybody who rocks with us, continue to rock with us. We're gonna hit this after party if we're gonna do this. She looks like she's getting ready for it. She getting the dance on. But once again, I appreciate.
don't end the video this time. Leave the video going.
That was an accident.
I can't be in the after party. I gotta hit the.
You got to go hit the lounge.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you can be in the after party for like 10 minutes. 10 minutes. You ain't ever went to an after party for like 10 minutes. Oh, I guess you the life of the party. Anyway, all right. Well, we're gonna see y'all, man. I appreciate you guys for rocking with us. We'll see y'all next Wednesday.
I'm already late, Jesus. What's that old tired picture you got of me?
It ain't you.
That is me.
It ain't you.
I'm just saying. That picture is from, what year is this? 2021? How old am I? That was 3 or 4 years ago.
That's not you.
Who is it?
She's talking about the picture, her talk picture.
Oh, you talking about that picture?
Yes.
Oh. Here we go.
Everybody looks great except for
All
me.
right. Welcome to the after party. What are you talking about?
It's giving cheese. It's giving.
What's wrong with that picture?
I don't like that picture.
All right. Well, send me another picture that you find that you deem worthy, and I'll fix it.
I like it because there ain't no hats, but here we go.
She got that.
Oh, here we go.
That slick part on the side.
She look cute. I don't know.
You know, I tried to find the best pictures I could. You know, but you be so secretive. So it is what it is.
I opened my whole social media up. How am I being secretive?
Because you only had like 2-3 pictures on there that I thought were worthy. So I picked the one that
Damn.
Hey, I'm just trying to be honest,
Well,
you know.
shit.
I know because
If I'm ugly, just say that.
I ain't say that. That's not what I said. I said what I thought was worthy. Because a lot of your pictures was either you hitting the club. No, it wasn't the club daddy.
I was saying, now I know it wasn't.
It wasn't the club daddy. I can't remember exactly what it was, but yeah, it was a reason why that one was chosen. It was either that one or the original one I went with. But yeah. Question, Rick. Have you seen what's the Insecure yet?
Yeah. Have y'all heard about this argument with the AKA?
That's why I'm asking about that, bro. Hey. What's your wait, did Tiff see it?
Yeah.
What'd she say?
Tiffany was like, I mean, you know how Tiffany is when it comes to the AKA. She don't play, man. Everybody, my wife is the AKA, and so is her mom. And obviously they were like, man, they shouldn't be doing that. But my wife crossed AKA a long time ago, saying her mind, she was like, man, whatever, man. The girl ain't an AKA, don't be wearing her stuff point blank. But you know how it is in our culture, man. People feel offended about something. It's the worst thing they ever seen in their life. Somebody on TV with a cute dog jacket on, if they ain't the bros, like remember when Morris Chestnut threw the hooks up in Best Man? I was like, oh my God, that's corny.
Well, but see, here's my problem with that, bro. Like he just threw the hooks up. She was wearing the letters though, bro.
No, your frat brother Omari had the Omega brand on his chest in the movie.
Hey, that ain't got nothing to do with me. He ain't. Hey, he's an alpha. He's an alpha at the end of the day. So the Q should have been upset with him. We came at him and was like, bro, really?
But here's my thing. The people out here making money and doing all that stuff, we're like, man, whatever. I'm trying to get this bag, like the young people say. I'm trying to hit this check, daddy. I don't give a damn who got on Omega jacket. I do, but that ain't gonna ruin my day and be like, oh my God, I need to go protest and all that.
I'm not saying it needs to ruin the day, right? My thing is, and this is the only way that I look at it, right? There at some time used to be a respect level as it pertained to Black Greek lettered organizations, fraternities, sororities. So there was never a respect level. Black people didn't respect.
We always had Purple Alert. Remember when them white dudes, when we was in school, that were in the white
no. But you talk about two totally different things. We've always had perps. Yes, we've had perps. People who wanted to be a part of the organization and act as though they were in said organization. To me, this is different because you are A, well aware that it's not right to do it. B, you're not even trying to be a part of the organization. You literally are saying, I really don't care what they say. I'm just going to wear this just for the sake of making a show.
But your argument implies that all Black people know Black fraternity and sorority culture, and they don't.
But what I'm saying is, what does it have to do with her as a person to begin with? And she's just an actress.
In the show, she actually had on the AK, like an actual AK jacket.
I know, but it's been established that both Molly and Tiffany are AKs, and that's been like that since season 1. There's been Pero and all of that since season 1.
I think I'm not really saying I'm going crazy, but one of my things was I didn't mind her. I don't think it was wrong for her to wear the pink and green. I'm just trying to figure out why did she have to have the letter daddy on? Like it was understood that as soon as she came out with that pink and green, as soon as the show started, then she changed into more pink and green. Oh, okay. It's easy to assume that she's a part of that organization.
Sure.
She came on with the cardigan daddy, with the letters on, with the crest on the other side. Like,
but what I'm saying is, I don't think she the one that went into the dressing room and was like,
No. I don't think that she was.
I don't think that was her decision. But everybody going off on Amanda Seales like it was her choice. At the end of the day, she is just a character, right? When it's time for me to what year was that? When we had to wear them diaper daddies, I ain't want to wear that shit, but guess what? I had to take my ass on, my good ass on up out there and work that diaper like.
You didn't pledge to wear that diaper. Well,
and that's the thing, though, Julie.
I
Like,
ain't gonna
the old me.
a lot of kids don't pledge, but anyway, yeah.
What? Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, that's right.
You're trying to get us canceled. But anyway,
just kidding.
Right, the old me. When I was in undergrad, dog, and the old me right after I graduated, if I seen somebody that wasn't the bros with a jacket on, oh my God, dog, we would have lost our damn mind.
Sure.
We would have lost it. But as the almost 40-year-old me, you ain't the bros. Most old bros anyway, I'm not about to sit and like, even when it comes to, I'm not about to sit. I'm not about to be out here in the grass wrestling and all that. I will offer you this white shirt, give me my shit, and keep it moving. But the thing about it is now, these bands be just like these fraternities and sororities. Somebody get a shirt because they want to support the marching band. They see it's got Marching Storm on it. You charging somebody, what you march? What you do march? You ain't march? You ain't march? Give me that shirt.
That's true.
Right. You're right. Hey,
I mean, but let's be real. We the same way with the Legion.
It was like that in the Legion.
Don't you wear my shirt if you ain't coming in that year.
Sharice taught us that.
That's the rule. If you didn't march any of them years, you better not wear that shirt. So maybe you're right. We treat the band like it's a fraternity or sorority.
And do.
I mean, it is what it is, I guess. I just, like I said, I understood that she was part of the organization when I saw extra pink and green.
Sure.
But that thing said AKA on the front.
But that's what I'm saying. Because she wore 3 different outfits. She wore an outfit in the car. Then when she went to that little banquet daddy, she had another outfit on. And then when she was in the audience, that's when she had the little cardigan daddy on. That's why I was like, we understood the first 2 outfits. You ain't really have to wear the cardigan. That's why I'm like, whoever decided that wardrobe, I just think that they just did that really in spite of. Because they really
I read the article. I read an article on it today. The director said she was just making a creative choice to really highlight the Black experience in college. And I get that part. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just telling you what she said. I get that.
I mean, true. But at the end of the day, guess what? It did exactly what it was supposed to do. Are we still talking about it days later? Hell yeah. Has the organization itself been highlighted in a different manner? Hell yeah.
Hey,
I mean, all I'm gonna say is topic of discussion. Hell yeah. So
all I'm gonna say is Ron from Hillman College didn't have to pledge a real organization to actually show that this is a Black experience.
That's not, but let's be clear though. There's many different world episodes where there's a plethora
and they were
organizations and Paro.
They were real members. They were real members. Even because the dude. Let me tell you why. The dude who used to do all them step shows, I can't remember his name right now. He's an alpha, right? But a lot of those dudes, he's said it before. He would do like he stepped with Ron in I forgot what organization that was with Ron, but he stepped with Ron. But a lot of those dudes that were wearing the alpha pair and all that kind of stuff were alphas.
But the thing about it is this, though, Julie, and this gonna be a out there view on this.
Come on, hit me with it.
If that's the case, then every single groove in America should be mad at Spike Lee. G5G. That's what we want to be. G5G.
Okay.
Hello?
Let's talk about that. I don't disagree with you.
Every groove should be outraged that people was wearing they letters. Because y'all tell me that that's a real organization.
Yeah, I know Cara, he's an alpha.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that at all. You know what I'm saying? Remember, I was in a high school fraternity when I was in school, and we wore G5G. And you better believe one day we rocked some G5G, and a groove came and charged us up. And he had every right to. You know what I'm saying? I am not, even me being older, right? Because like I'm not gonna overly like call nationals and be like, yo, this is the problem. We need to fix this right now. But if I am gonna say something because I know what I went through to get those letters. You know what I'm saying? Those nights where I had to stay up and study, those were some long nights when I was sitting in my house studying for a long time, man, reading all that paperwork. It was what it was. But just for you to just pick up and put on the jacket, I'm not cool with that.
I started pledging Omega when I was 18. I crossed when I was 19. So I get the frustration. All I'm saying is, as an older man that's been Omega, this upcoming year, 2022, will be my 20th year as an Omega. I got some different priorities than checking some dude on a movie that, because they wore the letters. Cool.
You said, but I mean, I think me and you are essentially saying the same thing.
Right.
It's gonna bother you, but you ain't about to be going nuts and throwing something at the TV and breaking the TV like, hell no, dog. Nope. You ain't about to.
But a lot of people were doing. Remember when that movie on Netflix came out, the Pledging movie?
Yeah, but they didn't. Well, they didn't use real Greek letters, but from what I heard, the Q's is mad.
Dog. First of all, yes, Mama. Next year I will be 20 years in the frat, which is crazy. But dog, the dude that made the movie is the Bruz. He went on campus at Virginia State, and the Bruz and Newside kicked him off the yard. They literally kicked him off the yard because everybody assumed that because he was the Bruz, that was his experience. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I watched that movie and I was like, that was a lot of the shit I had to do to be Omega. I mean, let's be real. Like a lot of bros don't want to accept reality because we can't stand for people to see what the other side looks like. But I know a lot of Omegas who watched that movie and was like, dog, that shit, a lot of it was drama, but a lot of it, bros was like, yeah, I can understand. Thank God I ain't never lose none of my LBs from getting killed in a situation like that. But a lot of Black Greeks look at that movie and can understand. And a lot of band members, I hate to say, can look at that movie and understand exactly what them brothers was going through in that movie. That shit wasn't made up. That was the experience of a lot of people. So yeah, man.
I don't know what that feels like. I have never in my life done anything like that before.
Oh, okay.
I'm just being honest.
Mm-hmm.
For the organization I'm in, I did some really hard studying. There was a lot of coffee and a lot of tea, and some packets that I had to read up on. And I think that I did some really good work by gaining that knowledge from those packets. So
okay.
I appreciate those organizations for allowing me to read up on them.
Yeah, my dean enthusiastically made sure that we knew the information in those packets. Thank you, DP.
Yeah, they're amazing.
So let me ask you this weekend, what we talking about? Because I'm gonna be on a strict schedule and I need to know what I'm in for.
Girl, what you got going on?
Boy, this
is a public broadcast, and I don't know where it's going to end up, but I have something that I have to take care of that night. That's a surprise. Not for me. I'm just an affiliate.
That Houston meet.
Somebody talking like she gonna be off Main Street or something.
Yep.
Wow, no, I'm just saying that there is a surprise that is happening, and it's going to be a very lovely, very nice, very wholesome situation. But I have to be present for it, and it's happening around 7 p.m. So I need to know how much time I gotta go. I'm getting to Houston. I gotta be in Houston by 10. I gotta take care of what I gotta take care of first. I gotta get to y'all. I got to go back to Houston, shower, change, do all that, and be ready to go by like 6:30. So what type of timeline are we looking at?
He knows the timeline, miss.
Right. The show starts at 2. It's 6 to 8 band. So I'm thinking it's going to be at the most 2 hours. So 6 to 8.
Oh, okay.
And then we go from there. Yeah, I was about to address that, Julian, but I'm going to get to that mess in a second. So, Maya, to answer your question,
stay up late, but
first of all, Maya, to answer your question instead of that foolishness, man, Rodney, get on this call, Rodney, because I got a question for you. But Maya, the show starts at 2. I'm thinking 2 to 3 hours at the most. So,
what time y'all gonna get there though?
I'm gonna get there at 1. I mean, 12:30. They want us there at 12:30.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm probably not gonna make it.
What?
Yeah.
You corny, dog.
No, it's not even that. What had happened was this is real.
No, it ain't even that.
No, this is real. This is real. This past week,
no recording is what you're saying.
What? No, we can still record.
You weak.
But you want me to bring my whole computer out there?
No, I got you. But No, we ended up having some car trouble this weekend, and the bread that we were gonna use to get to Houston and blah 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 had to go to the car.
Yeah, I mean,
You know
you
them
ain't got,
situations come up.
good. Listen, we got. I got you. I feel
But
you.
we can still go live. Trust me, I got you. I can handle this. I can handle it from here.
What time does PV go? They go last probably.
Yeah, they after all the bands and after the award ceremony.
I love you, Rick. I'm sorry, brother.
You weak dog. But anyway,
I feel like I need to go in there and see what's going on. So I'm just trying to see like what
don't
the
Rodney,
get rowdy.
come on up.
rowdy.
I want to see my people.
Go in, bust in the door. This is not an 8 count. Let me show you my 8 count.
That is not true. I'm just gonna go and say, hey, how y'all doing?
Julian,
nice to meet you.
Mama said, what's your cash app?
Hi, Maya.
My manager is in the chat. Miss Parker. My manager is in the chat. You see her.
But can I address this mess that's like 3 messages before Mama?
Okay, well, I gotta go. I'm about to go, y'all.
All right, Maya, go on to the club.
It is my
drink water.
Thank y'all. Love y'all. See y'all in a couple days.
Love you too.
Goodbye.
Bye. So this mess, study hard, stay up late, but most of all, really, can y'all name me, please, Alpha, name me the 1 or 2 Qs that didn't graduate. Like, I get so tired. Scholarship is one of our cardinal principles.
Dang,
we graduated.
Did we touch a nerve with you, sir?
It's mess, and y'all, man, they've been saying
this
is crap.
So this is
it's factually unfalse.
Come on in, bro. Come on in.
Tell me the Qs that didn't graduate.
Room.
What's going on, fellas?
Bro, please tell me the Qs you know that didn't graduate, bro. Please.
Ooh.
Come on, bro.
It's a few career undergraduates that I know.
What school you go to, bro?
I went to Houston Tillerson down here in Austin.
Oh, in Austin. Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, Rick, and I have to make sure that I say this to you all the time, bro. PG is not a normal chapter of Omega, bro. It's just not. Where we're from in Texas, bro. Like, don't get me wrong. I know some really good Qs, some really cool Qs, some boys, some partners I marched with, and all that stuff, right? But the typical Q that PG tried not to be is the Q that we were used to. Literally hit the gold boots daddies, always got the nail you on, barely going to class after they cross. Like, that's what we saw.
Julian, of those people, you can't name one that didn't graduate. That is my point. It might have took a while for some. I get that part. It might have took a while, but you can't name me, especially at the rate that y'all say it. It's like it's just a large number of bros that didn't graduate. Now, granted, I know my chapter is what it is. It's one of the best chapters in the frat. You know, I got that. You know, and we could talk about that too. Anybody want to log on? But this whole mantra that all Qs don't graduate, or that so much so that y'all can make a chant about it, I don't agree with it. Sorry.
I mean,
because there's no absolute.
At my institution, some of them were there before I got there. And they were still there when I left. Now, if they graduated after I left, that I don't know.
But so much so that you feel like that chant is justified.
Yes.
Oh yeah. In Texas, yes.
Yes.
So when we walk around, I can't say some of the words I chant because I don't want to get canceled. But when we say some of the chants that we say that are absolutely not true, I don't want to be a hypocrite here, so I want to play both sides. We say some chants about alphas. You know, now I was walking across the yard just the other day. Oh, when along came a monkey. I ain't gonna say no more because I don't want to get canceled. But those things weren't true. So y'all had every right to say, hey, bro, sorry, but that ain't it. That ain't it.
But see, the thing about that, Rick, like, so some of you all, because I done heard every chant that y'all done came up with because you my brother, but dog, let's be real. Some of the stuff that y'all come up with and them chances is hella whimsical, right? And then
No, I mean, but
there's
you know,
another part of it. Like there are some chants that y'all come up with that are based in some type of reality.
true. I mean, but
So-
you know me. I am not gonna sit up here and act like I'm that cute that y'all everybody stereotypically knows, you know, from school.
But you're not.
That hot meat to me, I cannot stand that hot. But that they done made a song for it now. And people, you got
man.
people all across the world singing this song, girls in there singing this song. And I'm just sitting there like that is just A, irresponsible. And B, I just don't think I don't think it's as sweet as some of our younger brothers do. And some of these old dudes my age out there setting out meat to meat. Really?
Hey man.
Like,
Listen, I had to stop my students from saying that mess coming through the hallways.
bro.
Are you
like,
serious?
Oh yeah. And the bad thing about it wasn't my high school students. It was my junior high students.
Wow.
That's
But
what I be talking about.
But that goes back to what I was trying to say earlier, is the fact that there has been no kind of a discretion when it comes to our organizations, especially with social media. We let it all out. You know what I'm saying? Somebody mentioned Boosie earlier. Was that you, Rodney?
Nah, that wasn't me.
Somebody mentioned Boosie earlier and the whole Kappa situation, right? Like everybody is so easily accessible. There is no secretiveness to that anymore. There is no discretion to that anymore.
I think it's bigger than that, Julie. I really do, bro. And it goes back to what we were talking about last week when Robin got on me. When I brought up how them little girls out there twerking and all that stuff. First thing you see is a bunch of older women out there encouraging it. The same thing goes here. We are setting a bad example for our community. And for what? For the opportunity to sleep with a female that might think that that's cute or whatever? No, we have to, as Black men, these organizations were started to make our community better. You know, like one thing we lifting as we climb, man. I get better, you get better. I reach back. I keep reaching back. But when it becomes about all these other things that don't matter, we lose the luster of these organizations. And that's why, Julian, like you were saying, these groups are comfortable putting up movies or TV shows where they wear our paraphernalia, but you know, like it's nothing. It doesn't have the same shine that it used to. And that's
I agree.
We diminished it.
I agree. I don't disagree with that, because like I told you before, I've had to remove a lot of people from my Instagram because they put on there they alpha or they are AKA or they're Delta, but they don't represent themselves like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, well, why do I need to follow you? I don't even trust that, you know, you are a person who's truly invested in the organization.
I mean, and them brothers that Rodney was talking about, you know, we all know life happened. You know, I had some issues in undergrad that delayed my graduation. But you better believe I graduated with over a 3.0 for undergrad, graduated with almost a 4.0, and I'm going to graduate with a 4.0 right now in my doctorate. Like, that is the standard of, in my opinion, of being an Omega man. Not walking around with your damn pants hanging down, biting booties and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have to improve our own image as Black people. Forget these fraternities and sororities. What do we want people to say about us, you know, that don't know who we are? If I'm a Asian person that's never seen a Black Greek before, and the first thing I see from an alpha is an alpha with a cut up shirt on, some dirty ass jeans and shoes out there setting out hops, what is the image that we are portraying to people? And I know that's a touchy conversation. Oh, I should be able to look the way I want. Man, F all that. You get the results you get from how you present yourself. So I mean, and I know I'm gonna hear a whole bunch of flack. I don't care. We have to be better as Black people. Y'all aren't my enemy because y'all alphas. Y'all my brothers. We are here to do the same thing, which is uplift Black people. And once we get back to that, then y'all will stop making the bad decision of being alphas. Y'all come on to the Omega side. But more importantly, you know what I'm saying? But more importantly, we go uplift our race, man.
Just remember, if you're not first, you're last, bro. But
whatever, man.
I mean,
y'all weren't first.
Oh gosh, here we go. Here we go with this mess.
Hello? Mess? Am I lying?
Here
Am I lying, sir? Oh, okay.
Well, I'm gonna say this then with that.
We were the first that's still around today.
Thank you.
Excuse you.
That's why I always say. That's why I always say, here we go. We have had this same argument.
I guess Boulay doesn't count. I guess they don't count.
Too bad we have too many people in the Boulay that we've pretty much found out too.
Hey, that ain't the question. I guess Boulay don't count. I guess, that black.
But also, to your thing before,
yeah.
I think that somebody called Daryl Lynn Hughley is somebody who Omega Psi Phi went ahead and put in honorarily into their organization, who we all know as DL Hughley, who did not graduate, who didn't even go to school, didn't go to college.
Hey, we had no say.
They named one. I named one.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is we had no say so in that.
Come on in here, Walter.
Well, the thing is that the Nationals did have a say so, and I mean I find that even more. That the thing is, but this also goes to your point of that we should be uplifting people, because the Nationals saw something in him, regardless of his graduation rate, whatever else. But the thing is, does he say a lot of good things and do a lot of good things? Yes. So that's the thing. It has, I can almost say that it's transcended past of what it's thought of like the graduation thing or whatever else, because the reality is when, at least for me, and I mean, I'm not sure about anybody else, when they do the, when they do the call, we party hard, we stay away, most of all we graduate. That's not pointing to any person. If somebody feels some way about it, then that.
Come on, Corey.
Get on the car.
I never have.
Are you being real, Corey?
Yes.
We all was made at some point in some organization underground. Are you being real right now?
Yes. I don't say it to anybody.
Corey, when I went to Norfolk State, I'm a member of the Pi Gamma chapter at Norfolk State. When Epsilon Pi, E Pi, I got a bunch of my boys in there. My rookie brother Brian is an alpha. And we're good friends with them. Anytime they said that chant, it was in direct either in reaction to something or to start something. And Julian, you can attest. Don't sit up here, Julian. I need your squad. I know you are alpha, but tell the truth, Julian. Was it directed to just anyone and if they took offense, or was it a direct quote to us?
So to answer that question, and I know you're gonna say I'm lying, but in all fairness, bro, you gotta remember when I got to the campus, the Kappas weren't on the yard, nor the Sigma. So who else was it gonna be directed to, bro?
The Iotas was on the yard. The Iotas have never been suspended at Norfolk.
But nobody cared about the Iotas, bro. You know that.
No, you know that's a lot of Iotas.
No,
had like
Iotas. No, listen to what I'm saying. Iotas on our yard did get burned from other people. But the other Greeks didn't care.
KK Psi was like a panhandle organization at Norfolk State. Y'all was at everything. They could have been talking to y'all, but they weren't, because half of y'all wanted to be alphas. So y'all had hops together and stuff.
Absolutely not.
Sorry.
It was only during our time, it was only three of us, bro. It was only three of us that wanted to be alphas.
Yeah, it was
our time, it was only three of us. Everybody else wanted to be the Qs. Come on. Everybody else wanted to be
they had hops together. Look, when KK Psi started throwing Ks and stuff like that, the alphas would hit the train daddy. Come on, bro. Am I right?
Look, but in all fairness, like I said, it was only three of us that wanted to be alphas. So it was always the same people who was in that.
Y'all ain't had no hops with us, and it was a number of y'all that wanted to be Omega. Ain't had no hops with us. We up there yakking and y'all throwing Ks and stuff.
Absolutely.
That did not happen.
And look how many of them ended up becoming Qs because y'all turned them away.
We ain't turn them away. They turned themselves away.
No, y'all turned them away.
No, we didn't.
Y'all ain't want no parts of them.
These are lies, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at all the ones who was in the joint hop with the alphas who became alphas.
Enjoy. Y'all had joint hop. They look.
Absolutely.
They arms around. Come to us, KK.
Absolutely.
Bring us your
and I will stand firm on that. We good.
Hey, I understand. Look, be ignorant. Yeah, I understand. They process a little easier, so it was easier for y'all to get.
Oh gosh, here we go. Yeah, that paperwork. I'm gonna be real. Look, I'm gonna be real, man. That paperwork that we had to fill out was amazing, and I'm gonna make sure that I stand on that. I love that paperwork. And I will never ever turn down doing that paperwork. Ever.
Hold on, I need to call. Hey, call Kofi. All these damn alphas. I got alphas all around me, left and right, underneath.
That's right.
I need to get some backup. Matter of fact, let me text Cofield and Khalil and all them. Get in here. I
Right.
need the drugs.
They ain't gonna be on here because I tried to get Cofield on the show one time and he was like, "No, I can't do it, man. You know, it's just it's late." I'm like, "Nah, tight."
Man, the little audio alpha ganging up on me. Y'all know I'm right. Y'all talking about something.
but
It wasn't directed to anybody.
But you know what, Rick?
Though,
Though, for real, Rick, like because earlier that it was said that like the Pi Gamma, even I know because you said it a bunch of times, Pi Gamma is such a chapter that's held at such high regard that of course it would be only a jab at Pi Gamma. Like at your chapter,
right?
But the thing is that like a lot of other places, like that's just that's not it. You would hear it said, whatever else, but it really wasn't toward anybody. The group that was closest to them, they would feel like it's a jab toward them.
Well,
and in truth, it may be, and I will never say that it's not, because every organization has people who did not graduate. Right. Every single organization, and stuff like that. But the thing is that, like, I really think that it actually, the people who are closest in competition, if you want to say that, really, and it shouldn't be a competition, but who are kind of in that competitive range, feel like that, oh yeah, they're saying something bad toward them, regardless of whether it's said or even if the people are looking over at those people.
Like Houston Tilton, Rodney, my rookie brother was the band director there, Javier Stupart. And yeah, you know Javier, Rodney?
Yeah.
Rodney, like Javier was my rookie brother.
Yep.
I know him and his father.
Oh, really?
Yeah, his father was one of my executive officers when I was stationed out in Norfolk.
Oh, okay.
Oh, dope.
Yeah, Javier is one of y'all frat brothers, man. So it's like, I don't have nothing against y'all. That's my rookie brother. I love him to death. Talk to him every now and again. But the fact that so I don't know much about the chapter at Houston Tilton. I know it's an old chapter though. I know y'all have a very old chapter of Omega at the school. Was it 40s, 30s, or 40s? They were founded. So I don't know what that situation is. I'm sure they're great bros. I don't know if they graduate. I don't know all that. But I will say that a true Omega lives the creed, dog.
We cool with all. Well, I ain't gonna say all of them. Most.
Right.
I mean, shit, we see each other at homecoming. We all cool and everything like that. Now, has it been times where alphas and omegas was at each other's throat? Yeah, but I mean, with HT being such a small campus, because while I was there, I think highest enrollment was like 920 students.
Wow.
So it's a family.
Man, I tried to talk Walter out of that mess. When him and Big Mike was talking about that alpha mess every other day. I tried to talk them out of it.
You lucky they wasn't on the yard, because I would have been.
Man, you ain't even got to say that, bro, because the reality is, before he came to Houston, I said, look, Rick, listen, Texas ain't like Virginia, dog. Virginia, the Q's is running it. In Texas, though, it's the alphas. I said that's why I was like, because y'all don't know. When I got to Virginia, when I got to Norfolk, you couldn't tell me I wasn't gonna be an alpha. All of them tried to get me. Rick tried to get me, like everybody, dog, you need to come on to the bros. I was like, nope, I'm going to be an alpha, dog, because that's where I came from.
Actually, you ain't tell us nothing when he got.
Yeah, I did. Y'all thought I was going to be a Kappa.
We thought you wanted to be a Kappa because he used to dress up every day with these fake Versace glasses and the Biggie shirts coming in. We go, look at this pretty ass nigga. Right?
Y'all used to call me the pretty dude.
Right. But we thought he wanted to be a Kappa.
But once y'all found out I wanted to be alpha, dog, y'all couldn't change my mind, right? Because that's just coming from Texas, dog. That's what you knew. That's what you grew up with. You know what I'm saying? At Texas, alphas run it, bro, and they gonna continue to run it.
Walter, they ain't run PV, and you wanted to be that man.
They ain't run PV because they was off the yard.
I was just to say, but before then, Eddie Gamma always ran PV.
Matter of fact, Eta Gamma is one of the reasons why it was either Eta Gamma or Eta Mu. Like those two chapters were the two chapters that I was always looking at. Like they ran the yard, bro, but they were off the yard. So of course,
TE run Texas Southern. Ain't y'all? Y'all say Texas, they run Texas. Dallas, the Q's are the Q's in Dallas.
You said the Q's run Dallas.
No, I said they have a huge presence in Dallas. I'm just saying. All of Texas. I can't give you the all they run Texas. I can say they run certain parts of Texas. They definitely run. I don't know how it is in Austin. I've never seen the Greek experience there, but I believe you, Rodney. You say y'all run the area. I believe.
The Q's run Dallas. I guess.
Man, hell no.
Exactly.
Even at PV, Rick, when after I left and they came back with Rock 2013. As soon as they came back, they started running again.
Yep.
They literally they named that line Rock. It's Rock for a reason. That stands for Return of the Campus Kings. They came back with a line of 47, and all of them were SGA, or I think they even had Mr. PV that year. Like all of them were alphas.
I'm about to say, Mr. Io, he played baritone in the band.
Yeah,
Mr. PV, and he crossed that out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they came back and immediately started running the yard. So it was like they
came back and immediately started running the yard. I think.
Well, I'm gonna have to agree with him.
Because
I'm gonna have to agree with him on that. Because that year, the Q's came back. Matter of fact, no, I ain't even gonna say that. That year, was that year that Rodney crossed Kappa?
Yeah.
That Kentucky and Rodney crossed Kappa. That year, the Kappas, when they came back on the yard, it's a little different. And then the Q's came back, and then they kind of ran it. But I will definitely say the Alphas took it back over. The Alphas is definitely running it now.
I'll give ZB. ZB is a good chapter. They've always been a good Kappa chapter. And they've always held their weight at PV. But Eta Gamma, I mean, Eta Gamma has always run. It's always been Eta Gamma and D-Psi. Like everybody knew both of those chapters were gonna win step shows. Both of those chapters was gonna do the most community service. Like they was just good ass chapters. And not saying that we had all good chapters at PV. Rho Theta for the Qs, Eta Beta for the Deltas, Zeta Gamma for the Ks. Like we had all good chapters. It was just Eta Gamma was gonna run it for Devon 9 and D-Psi was gonna run it for non-Greeks.
It's like I told you, bro, it's completely different in Virginia, dog. Because like when I got to Virginia, the first thing I was looking for was the Alphas. And don't get me wrong, I'm always love EPI because one, that's the home, but two, I got a lot of my partners in there. But EPI was just mad different than Texas Alphas, like super different. And it was weird for me. Like I had never seen Alphas, in the manner that they were. And it's not like they were mad negative. It was just it was the fact that they just weren't a standout chapter to me. Like I was used to Alphas being in the forefront. When I got to Virginia and I saw like dudes dressed up, like I walked on campus and I saw a whole bunch of dudes who were dressed up sitting outside of the girls' dorm, mid-rise. And they were just hanging out, having a good time. They weren't being like rude or disrespectful. And I was like, all right, that must be the Alphas. And then I hear I saw somebody walking up and Walt started barking at him. I was like, those are Q's? What kind of backwards ass place is this? Like we
won't walk around looking like no Kappas. Thursday was dress up day. So every Thursday,
regardless, y'all was dressed, so I couldn't be. Hey, it is.
But that's chapter tradition. Old bros told us that's what you do. Thursday is dressed up day. Friday is nail your day. And in my chapter, we didn't wear gold boots unless you want a step show.
See, we heard about the East Coast, but it's always been the same. Like Julian said, in Texas, it's always been the same. Like even in Dallas for alumni, bro. Like when the alumni step show come around, an Alpha chapter is winning. It's either my chapter or it's the South Dallas chapter. Like we're going to win the step show every single year. Like
I guess y'all gonna keep that because we ain't winning the shows when
we've had that step show has been here 9. We've had 9 of those step shows here in Dallas. My chapter's won 5 of them, and outside of the ones that we didn't win, only a Sigma chapter has won.
But that's because people will consider, we call it the pity pat, all this stuff, all that stuff. That's what people consider to be stepping. When if you look at the history of stepping, we actually invented stepping, Q-Hop, 1955.
Yeah, but y'all don't step up.
But exactly, people look at it, that ain't stepping. Like, sorry, y'all. Like, that's what we do. Like we talked about on the show today, tradition.
And I mean, you can hide, but you got to step too. Like, it's nothing wrong with hopping. But we go back to what we was talking about, what y'all was talking about on the show. It's tradition versus entertainment. Like that hopping shit get boring real quick.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah.
The best show I've ever seen from Q's was from Blake.
Yeah.
At PG.
Like my chapter, bro, he works for Disney now, man. He's like a performer for Disney now. Like he's always been a creative, man. But he made this step show, man. I think it was like 16 or 7. No, it wasn't that long because he crossed in 06. Sorry. It was like
he crossing what year again?
Whatever. But I think it was like 08 or something, maybe. But
okay, now 08.
Yeah, but he that show was killing, man. And that's the show that is still on YouTube to this day. I saw like it come up not too long ago. Like he was legit, man.
Bro, even the step shows we go to, like for our chapter step team, we say even if we was to get in a collegiate show, we'd never lose to anybody other than bros.
I'm gonna have this. Did Camille say Iota Zai ran the yard? Oh my lord! Let's not lie. Y'all ran the step show. Y'all did not run the yard.
Okay, so
Iota Zai never left the music building. Let's not get carried away.
Whoa! Is that TBS?
No, Iota Zai is KK Zai.
Oh,
so let's clarify some things here. One, Iota Zai did run the yard.
No, y'all never ran the
yard. See, you never let me finish. You never
ever. Y'all ran the step show.
You never let me finish. Never let me finish. At certain points, was it consistent? Absolutely not. During the 92, 93, yes. After that, sparse, mad sparse. As a matter of fact, some years had went by, and then it wasn't until spring 03 where I'm not gonna say we ran the yard, but we were neck and neck with a couple of folks. And I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that we never left the music building crap.
Y'all didn't. And that
just
year he's talking about,
because we
was the year he's talking about
Smash Daddy on the chicks.
The year he's talking about, spring 03, Pi Gamma threw a party and made $20,000.
What does that have to do with?
I think that tells you who runs the yard.
Have y'all ever thrown a $20,000? Whoa!
That's how much we made. That's not how much money came in.
Over talking somebody doesn't make you right. Over talking someone doesn't make you right. Just wanted to.
You ain't let me finish. I was telling you why.
No, but I asked, what did that have to do with anything? And then you answered it, and then I was trying to respond. So let me respond to this. I said, and I quote, nothing. We didn't do anything special until 03 cross. I didn't say that specific year.
I thought you said okay. Yeah, I get you that.
Because spring 03 wasn't even good in the frat that year, so they had just crossed.
Yeah,
but by the time fall 03 came through, spring 04 came through, and then we came through, things had changed. You know what I'm saying? So, because like you can even talk about that party, but tell me the Pajama Jam wasn't a major thing on the yard outside of the Shorty Short.
But you had to say outside of the Shorty Short, Julie.
I have to say outside it outside of the Shorty Short because the Shorty Short had more lineage than a Pajama Jam. Because before we came up with the Pajama Jam in 05, y'all already had the Shorty Short. But when we came up with it in 05, then it was neck and neck, bro.
Hey, I'm gonna let y'all finish this conversation, but just know we about to revisit this PV conversation because I wasn't able to get on earlier. I was in the gym, but I'm about to get on y'all ass real quick. But go ahead.
PV conversation. I don't even know.
Yeah, the one where we were like when the band director come in
because I'm sure about to get on y'all ass.
Oh, well, y'all got it. Go ahead. I don't care. We done.
Yeah, here you go, because I got to get out of here in a bit.
Yeah, we
go ahead and give me the smoke. Give me.
Yeah, you crazy as hell. Y'all not gonna act like y'all not gonna act like we wasn't shit before y'all got there. This is what you're not gonna act like.
But that's exactly what I said. I didn't say that. What I said was the dysfunction.
because well, yeah, we was definitely dysfunctional. But I'll put that 10 band up against anybody, and we would probably take the W, with the exception of maybe 16 and 17.
I was about to say 16 and 17 is the best band, and any alumni can debate me.
I agree.
No, I wasn't paying attention. What was the argument again? What was the argument?
He said with the exception of 16 and 17.
No, what did he say before that? I missed that part before that. What was the argument?
I was just saying, like, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't necessarily say that it got better or worse. I would just say it changed. The product, I definitely agree, is a great product. Some years, I'm just gonna say, like I said, you know, we looking at history. Hold on, real quick.
Like Kari, like I know you didn't march in the HBCU band, but you know all about this. You marched Blue Devils. The Blue Devils are the kings of DCI, and they are the Southern. I always say Southern is the king, the Blue Devils of HBCU band, because there's such a tradition of excellence that has gone for such a long period of time. You can really look at them the same way people look at y'all. Like for real. Go ahead, Walter. We can come back to that card because Walter won't finish, but yeah.
Yeah, no. I was and I see Devin comment, yeah, but 12 was under. You can't really attribute 12 to either era, honestly, because 12 was actually that's Doc's Honda, but it was his first year. So we don't even talk about 12, honestly. But
we didn't go to Honda in 12.
No, we didn't.
Was it? No, I think he's talking about 13, but
no, we didn't go to Honda until 15. Yeah. We didn't go to Honda until 15.
What was my last Honda?
10, right? Or 11, right?
Maybe was it January 12?
Oh yeah, probably. Yeah, before we
that could have been
it. That show that stunk.
Yeah, that was. I mean, yeah, it was definitely a terrible show. But
let me be honest. Before you get to that, Walter, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. And maybe this is after I was far removed from Houston and stuff, and I was, well into Norfolk, but PV was not appealing, bro. Like there was nothing about PV that was appealing. When I was in high school, I would have rather gone to Texas Southern before Prairie View. Like there was nothing, and this is no disrespect to Prairie View. This is because I met Prof Ed. I remember when my boys Gerald and Deontay was trying to get me at PV and all that kind of stuff. Like I remember all that, right? But PV just did nothing appealing for me. I remember my freshman year at Willow Ridge, and the clip is up on YouTube. I remember my freshman year at Willow Ridge when PV came to the Battle of the Bands. They were the exhibition band at the end of the Battle of the Bands, right? And PV performed, and I was just like, we put on a better show than they did. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that stood out to me was Box. And that was it. And then and the only reason why that is because the Foxes danced to Hot and Wet by Prince, and the Box had them Afro Daddies on, and while they was playing, the Afro Daddies was shaking. So I thought it was just funny to me. But other than that, there was nothing about PV that was appealing. So I mean, I'm not trying to hate on nobody. I'm just trying to say that, in all honesty, y'all say all the time that y'all had this, that, and the third. And I'm just I always am like, when did this happen? Because I was in the city.
Like, I will pull up clips. And what I said was, and I'm going to defend what I said.
Okay, my bad. Then go ahead.
The 10 band, 2010, I'll put them up and probably take the dub against any Zach band other than 16 and 17.
Okay. Yeah, that was when I was far removed from watching PV then. Okay, so that's fair.
But I was there from I crabbed 08 and I marched up until y'all got there.
Yeah, so, but I still wasn't paying attention by then because I was good and gone. I think my last PV year I saw was like 01.
Oh, see back and I can talk about those bands because I was a viewer of those bands. I've been to the classic every year since I was 3. So those bands were the bands that we were talking about earlier. That PV band was the bands that we were talking about earlier. They were gonna give you field shows. They wasn't really gonna give you much in the stands. Like I even remember those bands They always had the best dance routines. Box was always popping. The Foxes were going to be the Foxes. The Foxes were just traditional showgirls. That's how Dr. Shirai had them. Like they were a traditional showgirl kickline team. That's what they are known for, and that's what they did. And they wasn't gonna stray away from that. But yeah, it was just classic PV.
We got the young fellas in here now. They said they coming to defend me.
I won't smoke.
Man,
I won't smoke. Let's go.
Nah, because I'm like the hybrid guy because I came in 10. So I caught like the tail end of it.
So talk about your crab year.
Bro. Man, look. All I remember, I don't know. I don't remember much. And that may just be some repressed memories. Cause I had some personal stuff going on with the drumline at that time. But I don't know. Like you were saying, I put 10 up definitely with 12. That'll be a dub. 13, 14. Maybe, really? I don't know. I say from 15, 7, probably 15 to 18. The Zach era got it. From there, from like 15 up.
15, I can't.
Because 15 was rocking. So I think you know I say that.
What is
I
it?
Say, what's the deciding factor was that Alcorn battle.
Yes, sir. An hour in the rain.
That was it. That's the deciding factor for me for 15.
No, I ran that whole car. We was out there in that rain for an hour.
In the rain, an hour.
Ran out.
We was ready to keep going. That was
right.
Yeah.
No, because you know what happened?
No, what happened was I could tell you the real story. The story was we was gonna hit the 5 daddy and out, and then me and Rick and Hop looked at Dr. Zachary, and Zachary was like, "Keep it going." We was like, "All right, let's go."
Yeah, because remember they tried to hit us with the Smiths. They told us we weren't gonna be no game, and we had damn Golden Corral chomping down on the food.
Yeah, because I remember we was driving around campus doing a sightseeing tour for like 20 minutes. Because they was like, okay, we finna go in the gym. Because it was like the game canceled, we about to go in the gym, do something in the gym. And so we were around now looking foolish, riding around in these tour buses. And then it was like, oh no, they doing the game. So we was like,
they're cranking it up.
And I'm not gonna hold y'all. You know what I'm saying? That era, y'all definitely had a better book than we ever had. And we was mad about that. We talked about that. But pound for pound, I'm putting that 10 band up.
So what exactly what is the comparison? I want to know logistics of what you're basing your argument on.
We're talking about pure sound.
Oh hell no.
Hell no. Continue.
Yeah, because I'm looking up the 2010 band right now because we got to figure this one out.
Hell no. The clip that everybody likes to brag on sound like crap, and it was studio modified.
Which clip?
Getaway.
What was studio modified about that clip?
I mean, we're not gonna go there.
You went there. You gotta go there.
10.
We're not gonna go there. We're not
10,
gonna go there.
you gonna get 10. You gonna get raw clips versus now you gonna get media team.
No, I mean we're talking about PV here. You're gonna get raw clips from PV as well. Zembalistic is the proof of it.
Okay.
Zembalistic is the proof.
I'm gonna disagree there, but okay.
Now I agree with. I'm gonna start calling you Devin, bro. Tube has always been weird to me. 15 on up. I mean 19. I marched. Thank you. There we go. Oh my God. From 15, I marched 14, fall 14 to spring 19. From 15 on up, you're not touching us. That PV is not touching us. And if you can bring the basis of where y'all was better than us at, and we can argue. But
all right, let's see what this talking about.
Man, I just thought we was gonna get some drum talk. That's all.
I mean, we're not gonna go there.
we not gonna hit you with that save for a blow for either.
Crazy.
We not hitting you with save for a blow for either.
I don't,
Alright,
I don't know. I don't
so-
know where you getting this from. This is still the Marching Storm. What
Let-
you
let
talking
me-
about
let me-
don't include us.
Let me give this real quick. I will agree with Rick on this one. Tubas is definitely a lot better than
Man, a section don't say it, man. You want to talk about this?
I
and
will
we talk about Jackson.
I will also give love to the mellophones.
You have to.
Outside of that, I'm good.
That's cool. That's cool.
Wait. New, and I know y'all not gonna like this comment, but new era trumpets. I can't give it up to them. I couldn't give it up to old era trumpets either. I don't.
Who disagrees with that? Who
I've never-
disagrees? Does anybody disagree with that?
I've never.
Nobody disagrees?
So with that being said, the only section that was better was baritones, UFOs,
and trombones.
No, TN has always been holding.
True.
I mean, that's true.
I would give you that.
You tell me a band that'll rock 14 trombones, 21 UFOs, and still give you a wall. No one.
Again, TN has always held.
I'm not knocking how good they are. You just have to respect that there's a product that is slightly enhanced.
The only thing that's enhanced though is the UFO section.
No, not at all. Well, the consistency. I personally don't like talking about. I don't know what happened. Okay. I personally don't talk about. I personally don't like talking about sections in general because I'm not marching anymore, so that's play. But in general, the band sound itself, 100% sound, look, product, program, definitely. I'm not saying it's a big difference but it's definitely better. Like. Definitely better. Different.
Yeah, I'll give you years. I'm not giving you overall. I'll give you years.
We can name a year. I just named 4 years.
My take on the whole thing, with anything, is that as you go, as time goes on, you shouldn't be able to say, well, 10 years ago was way better.
Sure.
Or
here's
the
second part, like looking at that video right there that Julian got up. The equipment that Walter and them were using in that band is way inferior to the stuff that I got for y'all when y'all were in the band.
I respect it to the fullest. I respect it. It's completely true. I was introduced to band in 2010, and I was around both bands. My band directors was directed. They came from Prairie View, and I'm 2 minutes away from Texas Southern. I still have the current band, 2015 to fall 2018, over, I don't know, whatever year you name. You gave me 1. I gave you 4.
I mean, I'm with you, Zach. So, hey.
So I mean, And to make things clear, this is all love. I have this argument within the family. Outside of this, ain't nobody touching PV. But if we're gonna keep it within the family, this is something that honestly irks me. It's nothing against you, Walt. Irks me within a lot of people associated with our band.
So let me ask this question, right? Because like just listening to that, are we basing it on aggression or like quality of sound? Because if I listen to that, I don't hear quality of sound, but I hear a lot more aggressive sound in PV. And even in comparison to 2014, if we go back to PV 2014, I would still prefer PV 2014 sound over that. Now that is hella aggressive, yeah. But quality of sound,
Respectfully, 2019 was probably the most aggressive PV I've seen. It lacked in some areas that I didn't like, but 2019 was stupid aggressive for some odd reason. And I wasn't even marching.
I'm anxious to, like, Corey, you literally marched in some of the best horn lines to ever exist. So I'm wondering, like, as a person that didn't do HBCU too, I want Walter to be able to answer the question, but Corey, as a person that like 93 Blue Devils, y'all, if you've never seen 93 Blue Devils, that is one of the best horn lines to ever step foot on a field.
Agree.
96 Blue Devils, another great horn, like 90, like, Corey, how is that as a person that never marched? Like, what's your perspective listening to that? And it's not to be disrespectful. I just wonder what your perspective is.
It's really, and I mean, of course, I'm going to go from a non-disrespectful place because actually those years that you talked about, I did march. I was a member. I was actually in charge of the trumpets in both years. I hear a lot of phrasing issues. There's not one line that is the same. So it just sounds like you're trying to be loud instead of like, what is the music? You know, I couldn't tell that it was, you know, when I saw Philly in the corner, I thought that it was at the place in Philadelphia. I couldn't tell that it was the song Motown Philly till later on. And that is my era. So the thing is that it just sounded like a bunch of noise. That could be my computer. It really could. But the thing is that there was no phrasing. The structure was just like, it was really harsh. But the thing is, I absolutely appreciate the aggressiveness because that's what it is. You know, that's what it is. So I get that. But the thing is, and also is that the fifth quarter?
Yeah,
that's the fifth.
Yeah, that to me, that's amazing to be like at that end of the game and be able to go ahead and still be like that aggressive. That's something right there. That's a lot. So that's just my take. But even though
Shout out to the SWAC, because that's a new one. Shout out to the SWAC.
Actually, after you guys do that, I do have a question about that, about the SWAC and the MIAC.
Go ahead, Ju.
Never understood the beat on part.
These two bands actually sound pretty similar to one another.
So you telling me that band is better than that band you just heard before this?
Oh, I'm saying 15. You got for sure. Now, even to give greater context, the majority of this craft class came from graduates of the old TV.
And this was the first game of the year, straight out of band camp too, but that ain't an excuse.
Man's up there rabbit hunting.
Yeah, if I had to choose between that and what Walter, that last clip, I'm going with the last clip on that one.
Me too.
I'm
Me
sorry.
too. It's just clearer. That's all for me. It's just clearer. I'm not gonna say it's as aggressive. Not to me, it's not.
And what's crazy is Walt. I accept your compliment of the B-Tones, you folks getting better. But what honestly made us better, or what was the biggest difference, was actually thinking about the band. A lot of times, teams like, "Hey, bro, you tripping? Hey, nigga, what you doing? Hey, don't take this up. Hey, why you doing that? You don't have the melody." Same thing with Rick, Julian, as well as Hobbs. A lot of times they cussed us out because we was doing something, this, that, and the other. And once we grew to understand their vision, years by years by years, we was able to take, you know what I'm saying, that actual mentality of thinking about the band, being more like musical, like actual timbre. You know what I'm saying? Actual timbre of the instrument or the airflow. I can go on and on about the hours that Rick gave us in band camp that made us better as a section. Now, was it implemented in other sections as much as us? I'm not here to comment that.
I was gonna say because them mellophones was in there reaching.
I'm not gonna comment that. I'm not gonna comment that.
Reaching
around here, audacious around here.
Okay.
But just in general, like the concept. As years went by, you seen Dr. Zach, and it's crazy because me and him used to get into it a lot. But you see his vision just unfold. Like I brag about that man now. That man to go. You tell me a band program that'll get to 250 within 3-4 years and stay that way. I'm talking about this man finna hit the 10-year mark, and he still has not went under 250. He has done things that marching bands don't even hear about. 365 band. He got students in DCI bands like no one in the SWAC nor almost HBCU is really doing that. So from a program consistency, the sound is there. And the proof is right here. It's going to play.
Well, also, if I could be fair, because I mean, like, it was, don't get me wrong, once again, clear, but like, also what Rick said before about, because Walt in 2010, they're playing on completely different instruments, on different axes and so on, and you can hear that. I can hear it. Mm-hmm. I can hear the difference.
Well, no, I think the thing too, Car, is in that 15 band, that was the year that Zach is talking about, man. I literally worked pedagogy every rehearsal, bro.
About hours after hours after hours after hours.
Like we just worked on fundamentals of sound and stuff. When Walt was in the band my first year there, we were just trying to hold that damn band together, man. Like we were the new guys on the block, and I'm sure Walt can tell you, man. But like we had some issues in band, like with people throwing tops on people and stuff like that. That 12 band didn't stand a chance to be what that 15 band would become. But if it wasn't for that 12 band, it wouldn't have been no 15 band. You know what I'm saying? So and 10 and things like that.
Yeah.
You know, we wouldn't have survived if it wasn't for people like Walt, who trusted that, okay, I love this band. I'm coming back, even though I don't know these dudes. Like me and Walt, I remember we sat down at in the back office one time. And he was like, Rick, I'm gonna be honest with you. We looked your ass up before you showed up here.
We did.
You remember that? You remember that, bro? He was like, hey,
We did.
If we ain't like what we saw, trust me, you would get the same treatment that others are getting. So, you know, like they gave me a chance and they gave Doc a chance, and that created, you know, these bands that Julian.
My man.
Man, comment on this song. We learned this song in 3 days, really 2.5.
But it was y'all like to see. That's my problem with PV. We can come back to that. When you like something, y'all learn the shit. When you don't like it, it sounds like
You're right.
Yeah.
As a whole,
Chris,
you're
we
completely
gotta play.
right. Completely right.
you cannot hear them trumpets, man.
Them two niggas.
Oh my god! Oh my!
Hello.
I cussed him out after that.
He did. Y'all ain't know that part, right?
We did it. We did it. We did it. Man, I don't know if y'all hear that. That's like 3 different beats on part.
I know.
And T-Step right behind me. I'm like, wow,
If it wasn't for Demo, that tuba section, man.
I would agree. Demo's supposed to say.
This part was no people.
That's not what that was.
There's turtles in the hat shell because I said it again.
You always say it, but that's not what that was.
Is that the Bobby Brown song?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go back to my original statement of well, first of all, a lot of that is arrangements, a lot of it, because if we talking pound for pound, I'm only giving you a better UFO section. I can only give you that. Them tubas are ass. I mean, I don't mean to say ass. I'm not gonna degrade them like that, but them tubas are struggling.
Okay, we're gonna look at it like this. We're gonna look at it like this because I'm a man.
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Them tubas struggling. Them trumpets, the trumpets have always struggled. Like FIS have never been my favorite section ever.
You play mellophone.
I play mellophone, and as a mellophone player, I have not seen. I've seen multiple larger sections than I've ever had.
Do I have
not producing the same amount of sound?
I know about you all. I know about the wall at Jackson against Jackson in 2011.
And that's what I'm saying. Like we would take sections of 9 to 12, and we're not even gonna have
Jackson
a
was 20 plus. Jackson
yeah,
was 20 plus.
we're not gonna have a mellophone conversation because
I look at it like this because I march next to these people. You know what I'm saying? And I'm a musician, like I'm a future music educator, so I definitely did and dabbed in other sections. I'm not gonna say that they were trash.
They've never been trash.
From the product that was presented, the UFOs were better. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying this because I'm a UFO player, but they were better. So when looked at in comparison, everyone else is when you right here, you know what I'm saying? It's like the statement that you said earlier when y'all talking about Greek. If you're not first, you're last. UFOs were first, and everybody else was just seen as last. Even though we had a solid ass trombone line, you're not gonna think about them because you got your UFOs just running shit. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna think, even when it comes to drumline, you're not gonna think about your tenors playing these nice little snare rudiments because you got them basses back there whacking.
No,
you're not gonna just in general, like it's. I mean, and I'm not saying you was making that argument. I was just stating it. Like a lot of people.
I know.
It's a different approach, though, right? Because like when I first got to PV in 2012, the bass drums was outside playing their bass drums, and I thought they were playing a joke on us. I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought they were playing a joke on us because they out there and they were laying into the
Whopping.
I thought they were trying to break the drum head on purpose. And you got to remember, I came from MD. They playing tonal bass drum parts that sound like drum corps.
Yeah.
So, and Devin, I know you marched in a core style band in high school, so it had to be a culture shock for you coming from a competitive Houston core style band to some people telling you that you ain't doing nothing because you ain't out there, you ain't put your drumstick through the head.
Well, when I came here, when I first got up here, I played snare. I didn't move to tenor drum till like 13.
Oh,
so from that aspect, it wasn't much difference outside of like getting away from the harness and putting on a strap. You know what I mean? And then like the flashes and the visuals. But I mean, it was kind of a little bit of tinkering I had to do in terms of like how I approach what I'm playing and what I'm learning. Because in high school, it was okay. Here's the music for the show. You memorize it, and then if we have to tweak something where they change something in the, in the drill or whatever, if it's like a 2-bar phrase, okay, this is the new phrase, put it right here, right? But overall, everything was on paper. But here you coming in, all right, play this, play this, play this, and they showing you, it's like, okay, I can do that, that's fine. But it's like,
what a music
I've never been subjected to having to learn that much material in like 2 hours. And then when you come back from lunch, you better remember it.
Yeah.
So, but getting over that hump, it was really the same thing.
But it's the same thing, right, with drum corps. Like when you show up to drum corps year, you'll have like 1 or 2 victory songs that you'll play. Blue Devils and Cadets always had more because they recorded CDs at the beginning of the year. So they would have like 6, but majority of their music was the show music. And you spent hours upon hours perfecting this music for 4 months. You moved in May, you went home in August. So from a drum corps, I hate when people try to compare what we do to drum corps. We ain't spending 4 months on 3 pieces of music. With what we do, we spend 4 months working on 72 pieces of music and trying to make them presentable. I think my last year, 16, we had 70-something songs in the book. So it was like, all right, man, we're going to have to separate our time so these students can memorize 71 pieces of music. Because you take a piece of sheet music out there, man, you get crucified. So I think I think it's 2 different things. I hate when people compare drum corps to HBCU, because it's just not the same, man. And it's just not. So, all right, fellas, I gotta go.
I was about to shut it down anyway. Man, I definitely appreciate these after-hour conversations, man. I think these conversations are great, especially seeing as it's not usually in line with whatever we're talking about on the show. So no, I appreciate all of y'all brothers, man, and y'all keep coming in and supporting.
Go watch 93. Go watch 93 Blue Devils.
Well, you're gonna be an official moderator.
Hey, one last thing. I think another big turning point, at least for me, from my perspective, in my opinion, was 2013 in Shreveport. If you know, you know.
Was that the Jackson year?
Yeah, when the band quit on us. But
when everybody quit after that. When we left the stands during the fifth.
Don't worry. It happened in 2011 Shreveport too versus Jackson with us. So,
bro, that was the lowest point of my life as a band.
I felt like,
man, even if you don't think you're even adequate enough, we are proud of it. It's been times where I've been across another band.
To this day,
like, okay,
I never understood what happened.
Oh wait,
all I know is that both bands had got a warning for playing during the game. And then Doc was like, all right, just chill out to the 5th. And then everybody got mad.
Wait, was that the ain't worried about nothing year?
Yeah.
Ooh, shit.
And then something happened.
And that was
the first
the
year.
sacked up year. When
Y'all about to say that was
that was the
sacked
sacked up year.
Bro, they
No.
backstory.
Hey, fuck
And they was
Right, I wasn't worried about nothing. Nah, Sacked Up was 14. Because I remember the next year,
No, they
14
played it.
came back.
I'm gonna tell you why they played it, because one of my former students was in that band, and I remember watching her stand up at that time when they hit the turn up, and I was like, what are they about to play? And as soon as they hit it, woo,
No.
I was like, oh,
Hey, fuck that
Side
Sacked
story.
Up.
That little
Sacked-
B-tone part, they made that up in the stands.
Fuck Sacked Up, man. When they started that fifth and they said they started that fifth and they said the whole world love me, but PV want to touch me. Hey, and Dog T
boys was tight.
that first note.
Boys was tight.
Dog T came in with that first note. It was over.
Everybody had their moments though. 14,
Yeah.
it was Studio from Jackson that year. Oh my God, Studio and Cold Case. I was like, sheesh.
But no, man, I do want to say, man, I appreciate you guys, man, and y'all keep on, supporting and sharing the show, man, as much as possible. Like I said, we always want to continue to push the conversation forward. So I definitely appreciate y'all, brothers, man, and it's weird to say former students, but but nah, man, I always will appreciate you guys, man. And y'all keep sticking with us and rocking with us. You already know how it is next Wednesday. So we'll see y'all next Wednesday. We got to get to work in the morning. So
one comment. Y'all check out my channel, The Writer's Corner, Arrangers channel. That's it.
Where is it?
The Writer's Corner. It's on YouTube. The Writer's Corner.
All right. I'll make sure I'll check it out and hit the subscribe button for you, brother.
For sure.
Always. All right, man. I appreciate y'all. I'll holler at y'all.
Check
y'all be easy.
Shout out Astros.